started. We will go ahead and start with our pledge. And Chuck, if you could lead us in the pledge this morning, that'd be great. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good morning and welcome to our budget meeting for the year. I guess it's nothing personal, Mr. Abernathy, but it's not the most exciting part of the year. But I do think as we talk about the budget, though, and we start to understand kind of what we have facing us in the coming year and the opportunities that are in front of us, it will be I think it'll be a good, a robust discussion this morning. And there's not much going on in this country of ours, just all kinds of dynamics at play, and it obviously all affects us in so many different ways. And I'd be remiss if I didn't obviously acknowledge the fact that everybody was on pins and needles, I guess, yesterday on the verdict up in Minnesota, and how it affects each of us personally and our families and our communities. Lots of discussions coming forward, I'm sure, based on that. But and then the issue with our Piney Point that we had this past month, and the things to the south of us, red tide to the south of us, and pandemics and all that, and here we stand, and this community still stands strong, and I think there's still optimism. There seems to be increasing optimism in our area here. Unemployment obviously is good, in good levels, but clearly it needs to be better. Still people without work, so we have work to do there. The tourism industry obviously was decimated, hurt big time last year, and it has rebounded with vim and vigor. I just can't imagine what some of you and some others that obviously aren't here have gone through on that front. So obviously very, very optimistic on that we're heading in that right direction, and just hope that we can keep things steady around us. So many things out of our control. But in any event, I really appreciate each one of you and each one of your leadership with this group, because it's been important to try to keep a steady hand on in a time that's been very difficult. So anyway, I don't want to go on too much here, but I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for the efforts you've been making. We will go on to approval of our March 17th TDC minutes. Do anybody have any questions, or do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, maker was Mayor Hibbard. Russ Kimball was the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have public comments. No public comments. Well, we do have one. We're going to let the one come forward. Tony has obviously been here just a few years, working alongside of you guys. And he wanted the opportunity to come back this morning and just speak to the board, speak to all of you as friends, as a board and all that. And then what I thought we would do is just, if anybody wants to make any comments after Tony's, and be nice, we told Tony we'd give him more time if he waited till after the budget meeting, but he told me that Katie wouldn't have any part of that, and that we needed to get out of here sooner. And then he had a golf tee time at 11. So, but anyway, Tony, thank you for coming back and addressing the group, and for your incredible service to Pinellas County.
Thank you.
The microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, folks, I've resigned my position on the TDC. Frank, please hold your applause until the end. I was honored to represent this industry, this most wonderful destination for 16 and a half years. It's been a real joy, lots of great people, and it's a little ironic because when the very first time I was put on, Russ Kimball came up to me at a party and said, the most important meeting of the year is the budget meeting. Do you remember that, Russ? And here I am. I'm going to miss this one. So Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly wish I had had the opportunity to work with you this year, but things being what they are, you'll have to live without me. It is what it is. A big thank you and deep respect for the staff of VSPC over the years. I'm going to point out Liz, because Liz loved to give me a hard time, and I'm going to miss that. I'm genuinely going to miss that. But what a great organization. Very proud, and I know with the future leadership of my old friend Steve Hayes and Tim Ramsberger that you guys are in great hands, and you only continue to see improvement in the #1 industry in Pinellas. I would also like to thank the County Commission, who believe it or not, reappointed me 4 times. Obviously, I misled them in a very good way. Special thanks to Commissioner Seal. I had a very close bond with the commissioner for many years. She was very much my go-to whenever I wanted to know if I was on the right side of something. And certainly to longtime members Phil Henderson, Russ Kimball, and my old friend Doreen Moore. Really great to have had the honor to be on the TDC with you over these years and have your friendship. I was always the most proud, and I promised the county commission all along that when I came to these meetings, when I was involved with the TDC, I would take off my Alden hat, I would take off my South County hat, and I would genuinely try to do what was good for the county. And I made that promise, and I really felt like I kept it over the last 16 and a half years. Probably the biggest thing that I was involved with throughout the 16 and a half years was the 60-40 split, where we finally came to an agreement that 60% was going to go to marketing and 40% was going to go to capital. And it was important because I realized, having been around the state, that there were TDCs that ended up giving most of the money to capital, and then they really couldn't market the destination. So that 60-40 split has worked. We've been able to build some great things. We've been able to renovate great things, but we've always managed to keep the money available to market the destination. I know you're in good hands with my friend Mike Williams and with Chuck Prather, 2 hoteliers that know what they're doing. So you've got great representation on the board. Lastly, and this is the reason she agreed to come, I'd like to thank my wife, Katie, who's in the back of the room. She's in the business. She was great for advice, and I always welcomed her counsel, and it was always good counsel. The tourism industry is the #1 industry in the county, and it will continue to be important for years to come. Thanks for the memories, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tony. No, Tony. No. Back just a minute. I just really wanted to first, I know there's a lot of board members here, but I know you may have a few parting words to say to Tony. You're more than welcome. This is the appropriate time. Chuck, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I want to thank you. When I first joined Florida Restaurant Lodging Association, you were one of the first people that helped me, gave me advice. This is a tough industry, and you've been at it a long time, and I was the new guy in the room after 10 years. You still have a lot of years on me, but when COVID hit, you were the first phone call I made because I knew I could count on your wisdom. You've been through ups and downs in the market and the hotel business, and your advice proved very valuable. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and thank you for all you've done for this board.
Thank you, Chuck.
Mayor Hibbard.
Tony, we're going to miss you. You are a perfect example of why term limits are a bad thing. Your institutional knowledge on this board, along with Russ and Phil, is invaluable. As Chuck said, you've seen the cycles. You know how to deal with it. You're going to be greatly missed. I'll miss your wry sense of humor. But you're right. When you came here, you looked at the entire county, and we're appreciative. God bless you in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Russ?
Tony, I'm not sure what's going to happen to that corner seat. because you always sat in the corner when we were over at the other place, and that was one of the main anchors of coming back through to look at things or to endorse it. I think one of the proofs is Creative Pinellas, and you're taking that area and running with it as representative of our industry, and how great that has performed as a good partnership, and it was your leadership in that really made it. And I can think of other things besides the 60-40, that you were the anchor on one side, and Phil and Tim on the other side were another anchor, and we got through some recessions and everything else that we had, or some other splits on where we were. I agree with you. I want to thank the Board of County Commission, because they've always been in the tourism business for us. And I think that was one of the major votes that we had that you helped lead us in. And I think there's other areas. I think that also the time and money that your property put in because of you to promote tourism at trade shows, and some of them were stronger than others, but you were very consistent in going and doing and wherever it was, and different destinations, new ones and old ones and standby ones. And yes, I agree that I want to thank Katie, because you really, when you got married to Katie, it helped our tourism business big. And I hope that she's not retiring, but no one knows. But the company he started out with was a Miami Beach company.
That's right.
And Jerry Sussum and adopted you, and he adopted me when I was in Miami on the beach.
A great man.
And he's one we always thought of and has taught us. And the other one, as those that knew, was Bud Zippin.
Absolutely.
Bud Zippin was part of that same clan. And they worked for him, where I was just on the side and adopted another son of Jerry's. And so we all been through it for many years. But you'll be missed, but I hope that you will be around and you'll enjoy those grandkids and everything, and stay healthy. God
Thank
bless
you, Russ. Thank you very much for that. That's
Yep.
that's awesome. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sincerely wish there was a way for us not to accept his resignation. I wish that we could have an ad hoc, perpetual member of this group, because you will be missed, and what you do bring to the table, it's going to be irreplaceable. It's been a pleasure for a short time to work with you, and certainly I'll need more strokes now when we get together and play golf. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Mayor Kreisman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank you for your service to this board, but to the entire region, really. I had the pleasure of serving with you my first stint on the TDC,
Yes.
and now the second go-round. And I think you'll acknowledge there were times you and I sparred vigorously over issues. But, you know, what I saw with you, and that I think is missing in politics and in committees and just structure overall today, is the ability to be passionate about your issue, but not make it personal. And you never did that. It was, you believed in what you were arguing for, and you were passionate about it. And then when it was over, and we all moved on. And that's sorely missing today in debate and in dialogue and discussions. And so, you know, we're going to miss that. And I'm going to miss that, because it was always fun. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for those comments.
Oh, yes, Phil?
Tony, as Russ mentioned, you were the anchor on the other side. I'm taking that opposite position. And, you know, of course, I agree with everything that's been said, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. You're a great guy. You've been a tremendous asset to this organization. And I always enjoyed looking across the room when somebody said, you know, we're pretty much like-minded on a lot of issues. And somebody would say something, and we'd get to look at each other. And because we're the only two that actually could see eye to eye, because we were right across from each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Consequently, they would see, what's that? Or, yeah, that's right. Or, I'm really going to miss that. and we're going to miss you a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much.
But, yeah, Mayor Bujalski.
When I first met you, I was scared to death of you. You probably won't remember it, but it was some awards outdoor.
It was mutual, by the way.
You know, the Dunedin was in the middle of negotiating with the Blue Jays, and of course, we were going through the first process of this application thing that was going on with TDC, and I was coming to your meetings or watching them on TV, and I met you at a outdoor awards thing that was being held at the the Visit St. Pete Clearwater offices, and I came up and introduced myself, and you said hello, and I said hello, and I don't think we said much of anything else because we were afraid of each other. I mean, I just wanted to, like, you know, I was very scared until after the whole thing was over and I got to serve here, and your bark was definitely worse than your bite. So I appreciate your service, and I enjoyed serving with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry, Doreen.
So, yes, echoing what everyone has said, I'm not sure that I'm accepting the old friend moniker that you applied. It's a bit like being on the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce and having been the oldest serving member, and I changed that to the longest serving member. So
Okay, longest.
on the board. So, but thank you. And yes, you and I think, were appointed to TDC back in 2004 at the same time. And I took a hiatus, but I'm glad to be back. And we will all sorely miss your sage advice and all of the contributions that you've made. But we know that you're still here and you'll stay in touch, and you won't be losing sight of hospitality and what it brings to the table for Pinellas County. So thank you again.
Thank you, Doreen. Thank you very much for those comments.
Yeah, go ahead, Melinda.
Tony, I am just so disappointed that I haven't had more time to serve on this board with you, because in the 5 months that I have,
Right.
I just watch you. And I am fine accepting his resignation, because now I'm going to appoint you as my advisor. And because there is nothing that the amount of institutional knowledge that you possess that has helped serve this board be so effective and so successful. I look forward to being a contributor. I've been watching and kind of understanding the culture of this commission and trying to understand my role and what I bring to the table, because you brought so much to the table. It's rather intimidating. So anyway, thank you, and I hope that you will accept the advisory role for me moving forward, because you are just an inspiration and such a great role model for this industry.
Well, the one thing I have a lot of now is time. So, yes.
Okay.
Thank
We'll
you.
hang out at the driving range. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in terms of time, don't ask him about 11 o'clock, because he must have a standing tea time.
Yeah, always.
So, you know, there's been a lot of very gracious words in recognition for Tony. I started dealing with Tony back in the early 90s and got to know him. In fact, we have some former customers that we know together, and really got to enjoy Tony and his sense of style and knowledge of the tourism industry. When he worked for a company that had a hotel in Tampa, I had worked directly with him. And then he moves over to the beach, and I still kept in touch with Tony. And then I move away, and I still kept in touch with Tony. And you know, when this opportunity presented itself, he was one of the first people that I picked up the phone and called and said, "Okay, tell me what's happening," because he knows so much. He's the professionalism, his knowledge, tie all that together with a great sense of humor, which I think really goes far in today's world, especially when you go to go through and get things done. I know in Melinda, you beat me to the punch. because Tony's such a wealth of knowledge. I think actually everybody here would welcome the ability to call him and just ask him questions, because with 16 years on this body, you've seen pretty much everything, and you've seen the growth, you've seen the challenges, and how to work through it. So, congratulations to you. That is so great that you're able to go and spend time with your kids, grandkids, more importantly, Katie. But thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done for tourism as a whole. Whether it's here, whether it's in the region, whether it's for the state of Florida, we're better for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and Tony, just as we just have a couple things we want to give to you, take a picture, but I just really wanted to thank you personally for coaching me up at different times over the last 6 years. As I said early on when I first started here a couple months ago as chair, I made some mistakes early on, but I listened, and I've learned a lot from you. But I've heard a lot about Tony this morning, and it really comes down to humor, candor, character and class, and then knowledge. And I think that we're going to miss you. I know you won't be far away. Sounds like many folks will be calling on you, and if they don't, I'm sure you'll be calling them to let them know how you're thinking.
Oh, I'm watching these meetings.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. But in any way, thank you so much, and we just have a couple things to hand to you, and we'll come up and let you go.
Okay.
First of all, it says an appreciation this certificate is awarded to Tony Satterfield, given with sincere appreciation from the TDC, St. Pete Clearwater Tourism Community for 16 years of outstanding commitment and support for Pinellas County's #1 employer, tourism. So again, congratulations. Yeah, we'll turn back here. What do you have there for him?
So we just have some things that hopefully remind you of your time on this board. You know how they retire jerseys?
Yeah.
Like in sports? Right. Well, we now have a nameplate that is officially retired. So no one else can use that nameplate. No more can we have a Tony Satterfield.
Okay. And Liz put this bag together, right?
Yes, she did.
Okay, I see. I knew it.
So we'll put you in the middle here with a picture this way.
I'll take a couple here.
Smile with your eyes.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yep. Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Katie. All right, now to the business of the day. And Jim, want to get us started here? I think we're going to get into, did you have anything you want to open up with, or we just go ahead and get started? All right, Jim, come on up.
Good morning, Jim Abernethy with the Office of Management and Budget. Okay, so I'm going to be mainly speaking about the revenue portion of the budget. All the departments and the rest, the CVB will discuss their individual budgets for the spending side. But in the budget book, starting on page 2 is it's about a dozen pages of a document that I presented to the county administrator last week to do a summary and an overview of the CVB budget that was submitted back in mid-March. The FY22 budget contains 48 FTE, which is we're maintaining the same level of FTE as is in the current year. As you can see from the chart on page 3, or the table on page 3, it is 4 fewer positions than we had in FY20. Those were cut after the initial budget was submitted last year for the current year because of the COVID pandemic and the anticipated loss in revenue. So part of their cutting was to eliminate 4 vacant positions. One of the positions that was reduced was the creative manager, which was it was added to the budget in FY19, and it was never filled. There was the transition between directors, and there was just a sense of needing to figure out where CVB was going to go in the future. So several positions, the 4 positions that were eliminated in FY21 were all vacant. On page 4 of the book, that's where we actually get into the numbers of the budget. The FY22 request is a reduction of, or it's $1.9 million lower than the FY21 budget request. The personal services, there is a 3.7% increase. That includes the plan salary increases for county-wide personnel, as well as benefits. The operating portion of the budget, and the details will come later as the departments or the divisions within CVB present their budgets, but that is an overall decrease of $1.1 million. Under the capital outlay, well, the capital outlay is computers and things like that within the department. The capital projects are under the grants and aids section, and that is going, that's where a lot of the reduction is. It's going from $1.5 million in the current budget to just $350,000. As you probably know, we only have one outstanding capital project commitment for the county other than our annual allocation for the beach, and that is for the Holocaust Museum in St. Pete. At this point, you know, it's been pushed out a couple times. It's in the current budget, in the FY21 budget, but there's an expectation that that will not be completed and funded in FY21, so that funding will be pushed forward to FY22. So the total budget for CVB on the operating side or expenditure side includes the marketing and promotions as well as the capital program is $42.2 million. On the revenue, the current budget is just under $52 million. Based on the information that we have through February, which is the last month that we have collections for, we're anticipating, we're projected $54.7 million collected. So that is, you know, slightly better than our budget number, but compared to what we were last year, you know, we're much better. We're in a pretty strong position for FY21. FY22, we're showing basically a flat level for revenue, coming in at, we're budgeting at $54.8 million. And I just want to remind everybody that 54.8 is 95% of what we actually think we'll collect in FY22. So if it was at 100%, it would be $57.7 million. But after the state mandated reduction to 95%, it's $54.8 million. That breaks down, as Tony had talked about earlier, the 60-40 split. The FY22 budget has $32.9 million of the total is available for the promotions, marketing, the operating part of the budget. 21.9 million is the 40%, so that will go into to pay for the beach contribution each year, as well as the budget for the Holocaust Museum. Whatever's left over after that will be put into the reserves that are identified for the capital program. As I stated earlier, we just have the one project that we're committed to. However, everybody knows that we have the Dali Museum, which was put forward by the TDC to the board, and the board agreed to the idea. Right now, the staff at CVB is negotiating with the museum on the final agreement. So until that final agreement is in place, that will not be included in the budget. And what was requested is $17.5 million. Where we end up at the end is, I guess, still to be part of the negotiations. We also have a request from the city of Clearwater for $40 million for improvements to the Philadelphia Phillies spring training facility. That is also still in the negotiation stage. I'm not part of those negotiations, so I don't know where we stand with that right now. But until an agreement is made, that will not be included in the budget either. Let's see. The fund balance, which is always a focus at these meetings. For FY21, we have operating reserves of $22.3 million, which is 42.3% of anticipated revenue for FY21. And capital reserves are just under $12 million, and that's almost 23% of revenue. For FY22, the reserves were increasing to $35.4 million for operating, or 64.3% of revenue, and just over $30 million for capital. That has such a big increase because we don't have any obligations for that money at this point. Obviously, the dangers that we face for the revenue, we're in the middle of one of those dangers now. Pandemic, there's environmental issues to be concerned with, whether it's the oil spill from BP several years ago or the Piney Point problem that is still going on. There are hurricanes that could impact us. So there are a lot of things that could change the revenue projections pretty much overnight, like it did last year. We had a drastic drop-off in the middle of March, and we had to make those adjustments at that time. So those are still things that we'll watch, and adjustments would be made as necessary as they were last year because of COVID. Other items to be concerned with are potential legislative changes. I think we all heard over previous meetings about the change in the available usage of the TDT revenue to include climate change issues. While it doesn't require us to do that, it does open it up for other possible uses that for the funds. That's all I have for just the overview. Have any questions?
Yeah, any questions at this point based on the overview? Yeah, Phil.
Excuse me. Yeah, Jim, on the tourist tax line on page 4, where you said it's 95%, it's 90. Those are all reported at 95%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It just seemed like, and I guess it's probably because what we've seen in the last month or so, month and a half through March and part of April, how strong it was, that might be a little bit more conservative, or is It's because you said it's based on through
Well, the
February.
estimate is not 95%. The estimate is what we actually think we're going to get. So, yes, I haven't seen the numbers for March. I know everyone here talked about how well they did in March, but the data that I have has not given me any indication to increase the estimate at this point. In about 2 months, and we get the March and April numbers, I think I might be in a better position to suggest a change. But right now, I'm comfortable with the number that we have in the estimate.
I appreciate you being conservative, too. Thanks.
Mayor Wachowski.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So because you're not a city or local government, will this organization get any of the stimulus money for loss of revenue? And would that then thereby be through the county? Because as cities, we will gain money from, and counties, we gain money from the stimulus package or the American Recovery Act that allows us to cover lost revenue.
That, I can't give you an answer on that because it just depends on what's allowable under the terms of the grant. I know that we're looking at all the different ways that it can be used, but I can't give an answer on that at this point.
So this budget's not planned with any of that?
No, the budget is planned with the money that we have in hand and we anticipate collecting.
Steve, did you have a comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mayor Julie, on this, so at the federal level through the EDA, there is a provision for tourism specific, of which they have yet to release out what it's going to take to get that grant, but we could apply for that. Again, I haven't seen the details for it. The information on that came out about 3 weeks ago. So it's something that we will definitely go and look at. And it's all about tourism recovery. So, and it was specifically related for tourism.
So, I mean, it looks like there could be a good chunk of change coming, I would say.
There could be dollars. I just don't know what we would be, what the pot is and what we'd be able to apply for. And so, but we would start that process as soon as we see it and know what we have to deal with.
Thank you.
Steve, were those possibilities for government groups like ours, or is it for individuals that are actually the tourism industry itself, or for both?
Mr. Chair, I am not definitive on the answer to that. I believe it is for organizations versus individual businesses. I think there was another pot of money for them.
Right. Thank you. Russ?
I'd like to just say a few words, and I appreciate your cautions and everything, and know that we're a couple months behind on where we are, but I could like to report, because I think I did a couple months ago, and on the spring and the 2021 budget, where I thought we were going to be or where I planned on it. And I know Tony and all agreed with me at that time, and he left, so whatever I say, he can't disagree with me right now. But anyway, I can tell you, I'm very optimistic about 21, and I think that where I said we were in the 70s, and that's where we budgeted, most hotels and all, I can tell you, we ran close to 2019. We're all in the 90s, and it's just unbelievable. The people coming in, they're playing safeguard, they're wearing masks, and they're finding their spot out on the beach and all. We didn't make the news, thank goodness. And I think that going forward, we're going to see the numbers come in better than what you're saying. I appreciate where you are. I think it's right where we need to be today. But I think as we do the budget, we need to put in some plans to know that we are meeting how to challenge what's coming forward that's increasing. For example, meetings. Right now, we are getting inquiries, good, and bookings on meetings start September, end of August, September. And there are those that roll forward, but I would say probably 35% are new meetings that we have not seen And I don't think we've seen them in this county before that I'm getting. People are looking at doing meetings on beach and so forth because of the safety factors. And the other part I would say is sports, meetings and room nights for sports. The phones are ringing for that side of the business too. And so I'm optimistic, and I think where you are, Jim, is just right for today. But as we go through these different departments and all, I think we need to say, are we ready for that step? I think yesterday, the day before, Visit Florida came out and said the government's looking at June about whether the UK is going to open up some green zones or something like that they call it. So that's a possibility on top of us. Right now, we're at 0. But I think we need to be prepared the next year for when that opens up and work with the airlines and all. So I appreciate what you're saying. I think it's right on today, but I am optimistic about 21, that I think we're going to be close to 19 by the time we get to the end of the year.
Yeah, well, as I say each
So-
year, I hope I'm wrong.
I know, and I do too.
so-
But in the same token, I appreciate everything you've said, knowing you're behind on the tax. I just know what I paid and everything, and I think everybody else did, and where we are. So that was just a little update I wanted to give.
Anybody else? Okay.
Tony can't say anything.
Go ahead.
I'm finished
Oh,
with my part.
Okay.
Commissioner, just to echo on to, what Russ is saying, and I appreciate the caution, and, maybe just playing devil's advocate and along the side of, it's great because we have seen the increases, but the element of unknown, I'm concerned with the impact of the fact that it just seems like Canada, they're non-existent in terms of having any projections in terms of getting their vaccines done and any hope of opening up the border. I mean, obviously it will happen, and we hope it's sooner rather than later. But I mean, that has an impact overall, and those are things that we don't control. So the caution on the unknown impacts, whether it's storms or, a turn in the pandemic that none of us can predict. So I err on the side of caution, but thank you.
In previous years, I've worn my green tie on this day I was cautiously optimistic. Last year, I wore my red one because it was June and I knew it was not going to be good. This year, I'm wearing yellow because I'm just neutral, because I'm concerned about a relapse, and then also, there could be the opposite way as well.
Yep. So thank you. Yes, with Russ, it's wonderful for all of us in the industry to see the numbers in March and April, and as we project into the summer. But there's that certain caution.
I know,
so thank you for the yellow tie.
Yeah. February was better, was I think better than anticipated, but it was below budget when we would spread it out over the year based on historical collections. So that's why it was a little more yellow today as opposed to green in previous years.
So, excuse me, Doreen. Did you have any comments you want to make on that page 11 as it relates to our reserves going forward? I think you have some forecasts for the next 5-6 years.
Yeah, I mean, we do have each year we do a 6-year forecast to the BCC, and we do it on 10 different funds, and one of the funds that we do is the TDT fund. And on page 10, you'll see the assumptions that we used to come up with our projections for the next 6 years, FY22 through FY27. And we do have a 5.4% increase in revenue in FY22. And each year after that, we're back to our 3% increases for those years. If you turn to page 11, this is where the numbers are laid out for each of the different items. We group them all together on the expense side because, there are a lot of different pieces that make up their expenditures. But this is, if you look down towards the bottom, it'll show our, the profit and loss, if you want to call it that, for both the operating and the capital. Based on these projections, we're showing that we're in the red each year of the forecast period based on the assumptions from the previous page for operating. Capital, because there aren't any projects and we're still showing increases in revenue, that is continues to accumulate each year. From $16 to $21 million added to the capital reserves each year for the forecast period. But what was brought up as a concern during the meeting was the projection for an operating loss each year for the fund. Because we have healthy reserves, we can absorb that. But if we have a drop, last year was a good example. We had a big drop in revenue, and we could completely eat that away very quickly if we continue the deficit spending that we have. Now, there could be adjustments made on both the revenue and expenditure sides to bring this closer together, but I think both the projections for revenue and expenditures are being conservative. If you want to do your own calculations and come up with some more aggressive numbers, I'll listen to those. But when we budget this stuff, we try to be conservative so that any necessary cuts are not as drastic. And this allows the BCC and, in this case, the TDC to look into the future and see what are we going to have available. Does adding something now make sense long term? Because if you add it now and you want to continue that, then it's a cumulative effect. If you want to keep adding $2 million to something over the course of the forecast, that's $12 million that you've added to the budget that needs to come from somewhere. So the charts on page 11 or 12 and 13. On 12, that is the forecast for both the actual expenditures and the reserves for the operating portion of the 60/40. And then 13 is the capital side of that. And, that one is extra healthy. And, I know there are going to be projects vying for this money. We already have some that aren't included in here that would like to get to get part of that money. And then on page 14, I think everyone's seen this before. This is the projection for the capital funding program with what we know now, and it's based on the revenue that we have projected. As you see, there are no projects to vie for this money, but we do have the projects at the bottom that we are watching and we know are out there. There's obviously talk of funding for the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium, someplace in the county. That's not in here because nothing's been requested, and it's such a large project that that'll be a whole different discussion.
Is there anybody else, any other questions? Since I'm the new person here, I can ask a question that probably everybody else knows the answer to, but if you could take that page 11 and take, let's just call it the estimated fiscal year 22, which is the budget year that we're talking about, and you reference, I'm looking at revenues here. Are when you talk about, you're just talking about operating revenues as far as the loss?
The deficit?
Yeah.
Yes, that's just the operating
So explain to me these different numbers as far as capital revenues and then operating revenues. Just separate that out for me so that I can clearly because that's different than the reserve balance we have coming into the year.
Correct. What I did on these on page 11, I've broken down the capital, the the 40% and the 60% at the top. So basically the first line, well, the second line, the first line is the beginning fund balance.
Okay.
And that's total fund
Right.
balance because that can be used for any allowable use. It does not have to be used for capital. I know it's the intention to use 60 and 40, and we do isolate the reserves for capital from operating so that when we pull money for a future project like we did with the Blue Jays, we accumulated a bunch and then we spent it out of there and spent that money down. So it would be $23 million, and that's, and the forecast is at 100%. So that'll be different than what the budget is because the forecast is what we think we're going to get, not what we're going to budget. Right. This chart will be changed when we do the actual budget to account for the 95% difference. So the operating revenue is projected to be 95% of $35 million. And then the operating expenditures is the first subtotal, which is $38.9 million. So, we're coming in with $35 million in revenue, and we're projecting $38.9 million in expenses for operating. So that's where the deficit is kind of laid out there.
So,
Yeah, the revenue projection for FY22 for operating is just under $35 million. And the operating expenditures in the forecast is just under $39 million. And that's about directly in the center of the page. So we're funding $38 million, $39 million of operating with $35 million. I mean, the budget's actually going to be $32.9 million for operating revenue. So, the deficit starts in the first year. And we do have, we started the year with $22 million in operating reserves. So, there's money that is available to fund that deficit, but it can't go on indefinitely. We can't keep doing that and expect to be able to keep funding at the levels that we would like to and that he needs to fund at.
Mike Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Jim, are there ways that we can eliminate this deficit spending and make that zero? Is that certainly a goal that we'd want to have and not have deficit spending?
Yes, by reducing expenditures.
Right.
And that's what the departments are going to come up and they're going to lay out their budget request and what was presented to OMB about a month ago. But I'm not saying that we need to correct this year because they are anticipating rolling over about $4 million in, or they're lapsing about $4 million in expenses from this current year that they budgeted. And so that is being used to help offset stuff that they need to do next year because they don't need to do it this year. They know they're going to need to do it next year. So they've decided that they'll pull back on some expenditures in projected expenditures in FY21 and use that to help offset the deficit.
So, but aren't we kicking the can down the road? Because you look at over the course of the next 5 years, $25 million in deficit?
Yes, with these projections. And the forecast is good the day that we print it, because the next day we get new information that could change these. So this is not saying that this is exactly how it's going to happen. This is laying out a roadmap that if we don't make any changes, if the revenues come in exactly where we think they are and expenditures come in exactly where they think they are, this is what would happen. Obviously, the budgets need to be balanced each year when they are adopted by the BCC. So adjustments that need to be made are made in that year, and then we make adjustments to out years based on that new information. So this isn't telling you that in by FY '27, we're going to have a cumulative $25 million deficit. Adjustments will be made. New information will be available. Actual revenue will be whatever it actually is. It doesn't have to match $59 million next year. It might be $65 million next year. And then all of a sudden, that takes care of a lot of the issues that we would have. So as we move forward, we're updating this information, and we'll have a new forecast when the budget is presented to the BCC in July. That'll have potentially a new projection for revenue, potentially new projections for expenditures, and then whatever changes are required based on BCC input as well.
So as these adjustments are made, we never end up spending money that we don't have.
Correct. We can't. The budget has to be balanced, and we can't expend more than what we have. I think people can go to jail if that happens. Maybe the attorney can answer that, but we have to balance. The budget has to be balanced each year. The federal government does not have to do that. Local governments, state governments, we have to have balanced budgets.
But to your point, though, it doesn't have to be balanced on operating. It can be balanced with operating and reserves. So to me, it's still negative spending, to the point that you raised. And so back to these 95% numbers that you're seeing normally, not this past year, but normally, when you get to the actual points, do we make up that gap most of the time?
Yes. Every year that I've been the budget analyst, except for FY '20, we've brought in more than what we budgeted for revenue. Okay. Not only because of the 95%, but also because our projections were in the 3 to 5% range for revenue increases. And almost every year we've had 9, 10, 11, 12%. So we've, in general, have brought in more revenue, which is why we have such a healthy fund balance, because we would bring in more and they wouldn't spend money just because it was in the budget. A lot of times they would push things off to the next year because the ad campaign that they want to do doesn't need to happen until the next fiscal year.
So though we're budgeting these deficits, we're not likely to see them again unless
normal
under normal circumstances, because of the conservative nature by law that we have to do the 95%.
Well, I don't want to say the deficit won't be there, because if you continue to increase the expenditures at a pace that is higher than the revenue, then yes, there still will be. Even if we have 12% revenue growth, but we have 15% expenditure growth, we're still going to have the deficit. So, it is possible that would still be a projection, but that's not what we've been. That's not the practice we've had as far as we make adjustments to live within the means of the fund
of that particular year's operating income.
Correct. Well, as well as beginning fund balance, because if you keep accumulating that, pretty soon you're just going to have this really large pot of money that's just sitting there. It's not doing anybody any good. So, we have used fund balance in the past to do that, but we've added more to the beginning fund balance than we've taken out historically.
All right. I think I'm following you, but I just want to make sure. Mayor, did you?
Steve, I'm going to look at you. So, obviously, in any kind of government budget, we can't operate this way. You know that, right? We can't keep operating, as Mike shared his concerns, Dave, and others. So I guess my question to you as the head of the organization is, what is your intention to stop this? Obviously, we just went through a pandemic. We're still in it. You're going to use some reserves, although I think our budget was reduced this last year. So you are going to use some reserves. I think a lot of government agencies have done that. But when I'm looking at the long-term page in on page 11, it's showing that we continue doing that for years, and is that your plan? Or are you planning on reducing expenditures or something to stop that from happening?
Well, before Steve answers, this is an OMB projection. This is an OMB forecast that we take what's currently happening and applying our assumptions. So this wasn't a plan that CVB said.
No,
this is
I
what-
understand.
So
I understand.
okay.
That's why I'm looking at him. Now that
Okay.
he's seen the OMB projection,
The answer to that is no. That's not the direction I want to go. Being fiscally conservative, it's just my nature. It's like I even agree with Jim on the numbers as we look to the TDT and where it's going. While it's conservative in nature, I think it's a direction we need to go. We also need to look at what we're doing from a spend standpoint and match up with the revenue. And then if there are excess revenues, we knock it out of the park working with everybody, then at that point, look at increasing expense, but only if we get there. So in other words, bottom line is if we bring in $1, we need to spend $1. Not going to spend $1.10, not $1.20. We need to spend $1.
okay. So then I guess my final question to you would be, at what point do we see that budget? Because, I mean, usually when you're going through a budget process, you're looking at the recommendations of the organization, and you're saying this is not what you're recommending. So at what point do we see that budget?
So I think what Jim has presented is what OMB has said, here's what we see going forward. They're not looking at individually within the budget. No, we're not even looking at what's happening in fiscal year 25, 24, what we're looking at right now in fiscal year 22. So in working with Jim and then working with staff is go through and say, here is our projected revenues based on a target that we got provided from OMB. We came back and said originally, we went through and said, here's what the request is. We went through and said, okay, let's reduce that further. And then we asked the question, well, wait a minute, if this year we're not going to expend all of our dollars due to, keep in mind, when we did our budget last year, we really didn't know what the heck was going to happen with the pandemic and different aspects of the travel industry. So some things didn't happen because they're still not going. Meetings and conferences, going to certain trade shows, they're just now starting to ramp back up in a different way. So we were able to go through and save from that perspective. There were some staffing positions we were able to go through and save dollars. So I think the number ends up being about $4 million that we're going to save this year by not having those expenses. And then are we able to utilize that next year? And then the thing I also asked Jim as well is, well, second part of that is then we looked at, hey, let's reduce expense for next year. Let's look at everything that we're going through and doing. Then the third element to that is realizing that we are coming out of the pandemic. Can we use FY22 again, I want to get to a 0 point. Can we look at 22 as that next step, and then when we go to 23, we're at that 0? In other words, what revenue's coming in, that's what the expenses are going to be.
So when will we see that budget or that projection on paper?
Today. That's what's being
That's
presented.
coming.
That's what's being presented
Gotcha.
today.
Okay.
in the
Thank
budget.
you.
Chuck, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Jim, if we have, let's say, $4 million left over that we didn't spend in operating, and it flows through to next year into beginning fund balance with an extra $4 million, is that subject to the 60-40 split, or are you able to almost manually pull that into?
We manually keep that separated. The 60-40 rule is applied to current year revenue. So the operating reserves that are in there are operating dollars from previous years. The capital reserves are capital dollars that were identified as the 40% in previous years that had not been spent. So when that rolls over, it maintains its identity. So it's still capital, it's still operating. I do want to say that when we did the 21 budget, we used $4 million, approximately $4 million from capital reserves to fund operating because the projections for revenues were so bad and we didn't, and they cut as much as they could, but they needed to borrow money from the capital portion. So, as I said, those dollars can be used for any of the allowable uses. It is, what we try to do is to keep that money separate. So that's why we have an operating reserve and we have a capital reserve, which when we fund a museum or beaches, that comes out of the 40% and whatever was not spent the previous year of previous 40% allocations.
All right, thank you. If we don't, I don't see any other questions, we better keep this train running.
But what I do want to point out is even after all the deficit projections, we have about 40% operating reserves in 2027 projected. So, it's very healthy now, and it still would maintain.
Still, yeah.
I'm not advocating for the deficit spending, I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make. We're in really good shape right now, so I don't think it requires drastic changes to any budget in the near term. We're going to hopefully see better collections in the next couple of years than we're budgeting for now because of the conservative approach. We'll hope for that. And I think within a couple of years, we can look at, do we really need to make some adjustments? Or should we be spending this money now when we're on a rebound and now's the time to not be cutting back, but to maybe throw a little bit more of those excess reserves we have? So I don't think it's a real concern right now. It's a good picture. But even as you said, when you get to 27, we're still well above 15% in reserves, which is a great place to be. So I don't think now's the time to really be concerned about cutting more. I think actually now's the time to try and find ways to spend more, to get more, and get the ball moving again like it was.
Yeah, and again, Phil, I don't think I don't hear anybody saying we're talking about cutting. I'm just trying to make sure we understand it.
Right.
Some of you have been here a little bit longer. I just wanted to ask that basic question. But why don't we go ahead and get this thing rolling? Maybe that'll answer some of the questions that we have here. Steve, go ahead and get started on our department overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, over the course, I'd like to start off with just a summary overall in terms of expense for Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And then from there, we'll go into the department reports. I did, and Mayor Julie, thank you for that, the question about the process and what we're looking at. We'll get to fiscal year 22 today. The idea is that we set the stage for this year, and then that sets the stage going forward. All right. Now, let's make sure the handy-dandy clicker works. All right, first thing I wanted to do is just recap a little bit from a business perspective what's happening out here. So in this case, we are looking at 2 years ago in 2019. This is occupancy that we had in Pinellas County. The two numbers that are there represent February and March, all the way over to the left-hand side. When you get to the middle, you can see February of 2020, and then March of 2020, and then April of 2020. So we know what the drop is. Everything, again, this is more of a refresher for everybody. What I did want to show was the climb back up. So when you look at where we are today, in March, our occupancy was at 84.6. When you look, that's very close to what we were seeing in 2019. And I can tell you the April number is really close to that 90%. This is percent change in room revenue, and you can, again, timing it out. This is from the day report from STR. Again, you can look at when our beaches closed, when reopening happened. Again, also key holidays and events where our spikes were beating the previous year. And again, we remained pretty flat in terms of the room revenue, but then you start seeing with the January and then February, March, that number continues to go up. If we looked at March specifically, I think in this case, the blue line, it represents 2019. The orange line represents 2021. At this point, we're like, stop referring to fiscal year 20 in terms of some of these numbers because it throws everything out of whack. So we want to look at the what I call the standard, gold standard, which would have been 2019, which was a record-breaking year. And you can see about mid-March where the occupancy started going through and exceeding what we saw in 2019. And now this would be off, I think, a day, and that's, again, trying to match up day to day so that we're looking at apples to apples. But basically, we're over the 2019 numbers. I don't have April in there because I don't have the full month, but from what we're seeing right now, those numbers are also very strong. This one is looking at tourist development tax by month, and this looks at it from fiscal year 17 to present. The three colored bars represent fiscal year 2017, 2018, 2019. The light green dotted line represents 2020, and the black line represents 2021. So on this, in looking at it, and again, this supports where Jim is looking at the projections, is the trend was following the 2017 trend. When you look at the first 3 months, in January, we started moving closer to fiscal year 18 trend. And again, the key element is March and April, and we don't have those numbers to know, are we at a trend of 18? Is it 19? We certainly know it's going to be better than 20. So that will help us, again, as we go forward. But I think, again, I wanted to show this supporting the projections that Jim has come up with and where we are to date. In terms of expense discussion, and I just wanted to provide this before we got into the staff reports. So first thing to look at was expense recap by department, and in this case, looking at operations, promotions, and personnel. And again, I wanted to show the members of this council that, again, majority of our dollars are going into the promotion area. So in that is how do we go through and reach the customer. Then the operations is what it takes to run the organization, and then personnel is the staff to go through and carry out the mission of the organization. When you look at overall expense by department, our largest department is advertising and promotions, the request at $14.5 million, and then we work our way down, all the way down to the end, which ends up being executive sales. In the budget book, you have down each of the budgets for them. You also have a budget sheet that looks at everything, as a whole. In fact, on page 15 and 16 looks at the bigger picture. So in there you could see what was approved in fiscal year 21, where we think we're going to end in fiscal year 21. Again, looking at page 15. And then our proposed budget for fiscal year 22. Again, this looks at the departments, and in this case, so I get all my papers mixed up. So in this case, it looks at what the actuals were in 19 and 20, the budget in 21, and where we think we're going to end the year in 21, and then the request for 22. So it's a little bit of a eye chart, and we will circulate or post up this presentation for everybody. But again, you would find this information in the budget book. I also wanted to set the stage in terms of focus, and I think I shared this before with members of this council, but really areas of focus, and these are not in any priority order, but I think all are key for us when we look at the budget as a whole and what each of the departments are doing. And again, one of the ones I want to point out is the second bullet: use data to drive business decisions and be quick to react to marketplace changes. One of the things that you will see in the budget and you will hear about is how we're looking at data that will help look at our performance. Whether it's in sales, whether it's in advertising, whether it's in PR. Again, what is that ROI? And if you go in the budget book, pages 6 through 8, through one of the departments with the county, they've actually gone through and looked at some of the key performance areas for Visit St. Pete Clearwater. In addition to the normal research that you guys see each and every month, we talk about from destination analyst to STR to key data to travel click, some key things that we will be adding this year. One is looking at a ad effectiveness study on what our advertising is doing. Second is a market perception study, and this to better understand how we're perceived by our potential and current customers, but also how it wraps up against our competitors. A stakeholder survey to look at how we're doing as an organization. When I say stakeholders, it's those within the tourism industry, it is those in business, people that we deal with on an everyday basis. As part of the strategic plan, there will be a resident survey as well on tourism and their thoughts related to that. And then the last part is a ROI based on our marketing efforts. So in other words, so that we can address this body as well as the county commission that says if you're investing $1 in what we're doing in marketing, this is the return back to not only business but also to the county as a whole. Bullet point 3 is the strategic plan, and while we are in the process, and it will not be completed until December, but there are elements of the strategic plan that we might be able to wrap in the start of the fiscal year, because at some point we're going to start to get a feeling of some key areas where we need to be concentrating, and that may change in how we go through and do certain things or things that we need to go through and add, but that's going to be critical for us. So at December of 21, it would be completed and presented, and then going forward and adding it to our plan of work, and then certainly the budget plan for fiscal year 23. If you look at bullet point 5, it talks about the storyteller, both internal and external. Again, a focus I think you will see with the staff, especially in various departments, but focus on audiences. So again, we do a great job in marketing this area. How do we do an even better job based on what we're seeing with our market perception study, but reaching out to specific audiences? Is it the arts and culture audience? Is it the Hispanic, LGBTQ community? Do we also look at it from a sales aspect? Do we spend more time on certain types of meeting planners versus others? So again, more focused, which goes back to item number 1, is programs that have a high ROI, high value for our community. The last part you will see is the very last bullet, and that's intentional collaboration with internal, external stakeholders and partners. And you will see that in some of the plans as well. How do we work closer internally to have a concise message, a focused message? But also, how do we work externally with folks, with partners? You know, like I know Robin's here with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber would be a great example. How do we work closer with economic development? So again, there's all these things where tourism plays a major role, but we work together to actually increase the business and be better at going through to get customers here. So from a department standpoint in our presentations today, we're going to start with the departments that have the largest budgets and then move its way down. And again, the staff will go through it and make presentations, and then you guys have more than ample time for question and answers. But I think, you know, more importantly is at the end of the day that you're comfortable with the direction that we're going, so that as we will be presenting this to the Board of County Commissioners on May, I'm going to screw the date up, but it's toward the latter part of May. And all of this is early. Normally, we would be doing this presentation in May and then a presentation to the commissioners in June. Everything's been moved up by a month. So before we move to departments, any questions, comments?
Go ahead.
Perfect. So our first we'll have up is Katie Bridges of Advertising and Promotions.
Hi, Katie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So in the budget book, the advertising and promotion starts on page 19. And I'm just going to go over a couple recaps from the current year that we're in. So after a pause with the COVID pandemic in November 2020, Visit St. Pete Clearwater launched a fall-winter advertising campaign with our in-state and out-of-state audience, with embodying our creative evolution of our VSPC Live Amplified Vibrancy brand platform, which touched on the 5 senses through visceral and sensorial images. The campaign came to life in TV and radio spots and digital billboards deployed in Atlanta, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Orlando, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, and Naples. And that is running through April 2021. Those markets were determined based on our arrival list data as well as website visitation data, our research that we had with destination analysts. Prior to the campaign, we launched a pre-campaign advertising effectiveness study with destination analysts in those markets to determine Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and we will follow up with a post-campaign advertising effectiveness study at the end of May 2021. We did extend the campaign through April, and so now we'll be deploying the study in May 2021. Also, in late January 2021, to drive visitation and ensure travelers enjoyed the destination safely and responsibly, we launched the Rise to Shine Pledge, which encouraged consumers to commit to 4 simple actions: mask up, spread out, wash your hands, and be patient and kind. Consumers were incentivized to take a pledge for the chance to win the ultimate beach day and the destination. In the first 7 weeks, more than 25,000 people have taken the pledge, and that sweepstakes ends at the end of the month. In addition, we deployed our Sunshine Stewart Street teams from late February through mid-April, handing out $25 gift cards to be spent at local businesses, which garnered national media attention, including a Fox News article, which received over 1.4 million viewers with a publicity value of $108,000. This summer, we are working on a campaign in our Midwest markets. We did just launch a co-op campaign with Allegiant in Nashville, Indianapolis, and Cincinnati for mid-April through mid-May. And we'll continue in those markets with our traditional advertising, TV, radio, out-of-home billboards throughout the summer. We are close to launching our Gulf to Bay issue number 9 destination magazine. We plan to launch that May 27th. The 108-page glossy magazine will offer potential visitors a resource for dreaming about and planning their next getaway to St. Pete Clearwater. It has a robust print distribution of 500,000 magazines, and we have 435,000 scheduled for newspaper inserts. Those will begin on June 6th in-state in our New York Times news key feeder markets in-state, and then also in June 13th in our in-state papers, Tampa Bay Times, Orlando Sentinel, Fort Lauderdale Sun Sentinel, Miami Herald, Jacksonville, and Sarasota Herald. Those will launch in advance of our in-state traditional campaign launching after July 4th to drive visitation for our August, September, October, our fall months, which we rely heavily on in-state traffic. We'll also continue with those newspaper inserts in the New York Times and key markets out of state in September to garner a visitation for our next winter. The magazines will also be distributed for brochure distribution at the airports, as well as the Visit Florida Welcome Centers, and also direct mailed for people requesting a magazine online. We, in coordination with the Digital and Communications Department, a new enhanced digital e-magazine will be available this year, and we're working with some of our publishers to promote the digital version on their site as well. With the COVID, we've implemented Microsoft Teams, Microsoft OneDrive to allow for better communication within our department and with our agency marketing partners while working from home. We continue to collaborate very heavily with our advertising agencies, our digital agency, our research agencies on our biweekly ACT calls. It's agency collaboration teams, so we meet biweekly with them and talk about projects. So we continue to with that collaboration. We are working with the agency right now on a software development for organizing and tracking media placements and production jobs. Goal 5, want to point out we had an initiative to source promotional products that align with our sustainable green initiatives. And last year we did purchase some rag bags, which are biodegradable, washable, and reusable as an alternative for use at trade shows. With goal number 7, this past year with the launch of the Tampa Bay Watch Discovery Center, we worked with them on the deliverables for the capital funding agreement and have continued to promote the new opening in our Gulf to Bay magazine and also in our upcoming show that we're partnering with Visit Florida on. The Tampa Bay Watch is featured. Also, the Clearwater Marine Aquarium also is a capital funding agreement, and they launched this year. We'll continue to heavily promote them and work with them on the assets within the capital funding. And the same with the Toronto Blue Jays, their capital funding, we've worked with them this year with some assets in stadium here in Dunedin, and we are actually working with them on a couple different initiatives right now. So that's a basic recap for this year. For FY 2022, our budget request is $14,502,000. The majority of that is with our advertising and promotional services agency, BBK, at $14.1 million. We also have a couple conferences and meetings in there at $12,000 for our staff of 5. A contract with our promotional novelty items of $250,000. That's for trade show materials for our staff traveling. And then brochure distribution for our magazines at AAA offices and chambers. And then we also have included here some promotional activities. Those are basically supporting marketing efforts of our sales offices with production hard costs and also postage costs for mailing out our Gulf to Bay Destination magazine to those who request the magazine online. So with the increased distribution of the COVID-19 vaccination and the falling case numbers, Americans are growing more optimistic about the pandemic, as we see in a recent Destination Analyst Coronavirus Travel Sentiment Index from March 16th. Americans in a travel readiness state of mind hit a pandemic-era record of 66.5%. So we want to continue heavily marketing to our audience that are interested in traveling right now. So as I mentioned, we're currently working with our summer plans. We have a co-op campaign with the Legion Air and key Midwest markets. We continue to track our markets by our arrival list data and our destination analyst visitor profile research. We have a customized media market model that we look at the different markets and the cost to reach that consumer in that market to help develop our market strategy. So in FY 2022, can help assist in the implementation of the action items from the new strategic plan. So we look forward to that process here this year and taking any of the direction that comes from that and finding ways to implement it into the plan. Increased brand awareness for St. Pete Clearwater as a leisure travel destination. And then again, that will be measured by our advertising effectiveness and ROI studies that we do with destination analysts. So that's in collaboration with our agency marketing partners. We'll create a consumer-focused brand marketing campaign that will elevate the St. Pete Clearwater brand and distinguish it from competitors. And that will be built off of our messaging, built on the core human value of vibrancy, which will reach and romance prospects in such a way that they will not only consider the invitation to visit, but desire it. We'll create meaningful promotions and brand partnerships with our marketing partners that will extend our marketing spend, create emotional connection, build trust, generate web traffic and email opt-ins, and engage brand advocates. We'll strengthen the brand through a creative approach to ad design. We'll create strong brand guidelines to ensure the new brand approach is implemented consistently across all channels and vehicles. We're working on development of a photo and video shoot for new photography assets and commercial spots for the end of the year. We have a goal to increase intend to stay in overnight paid accommodations in the St. Pete Clearwater area, measuring key signals of intent. So using data analytics tools to select media that reaches our target consumers geographically and demographically, and that's with our customized media market model, our arrival list data, and our destination analyst data. We'll use leverage and hone new audience and cultural insights that point to those opportunities, increase our targeting efforts to draw out-of-state visitors who tend to stay longer and spend more in the destination. We'll develop cooperative advertising programs with our accommodation partners for reasons to come now for our consumers. And as follow-up with, we'll launch our advertising effectiveness study to understand intent to visit from our advertising efforts. Goal 4 positions St. Pete Clearwater as a premier destination with a diverse collection of world-class arts and culture. We'll aggressively market St. Pete Clearwater as a year-round premier upscale destination with a diverse collection of world-class arts and culture. We'll do audience development, leveraging destination analyst work and our own audience development tools to reach the correct audience member, and then identify and evaluate new media opportunities that best reach this target audience. We'll conduct destination perceptions research to understand our current alignment with arts and culture among other associations, and then showcase the diversity of visitor experiences and targeted marketing messages. We'll again collaborate with Tampa Bay Times to develop new editorial and photo content for the Gulf to Bay issue number 10 Destination Magazine, and perform studies to understand how our target audience uses the Destination Magazine and how the content in past issues has been received. We'll continue to work with our capital funding recipients to bring value to the agreements with joint marketing initiatives and discover new technology that can be used within the new spaces. We'll collaborate with the elite event funding recipients to also bring value to their agreements with joint marketing initiatives to promote the events for increased attendance and room nights in the destination. And we, as a service department within the organization, we support the VSB sales departments and external county departments with creative marketing support through submissions of marketing request forms for internal department usage. We'll conduct brainstorming meetings with VSB departments to understand their creative and marketing needs. And this year we partnered with the Pinellas County Parks and Conservation Resources to brand the lifeguard towers at Sankey Park and Fort DeSoto Park with Beach Responsibly messaging. And we'll continue finding ways to partner with the county as such. Implement improved workflow system for our internal team projects and agency projects. And again, look to find ways to source promotional products that align with sustainable green initiatives and valuable items to be given out at trade shows. And then I also handed out to you on your desk before the meeting started a supplemental document. Looks like this. And this is basically our planning framework that we developed in conjunction with BVK as we, the next couple months as we look to put together the advertising and marketing plan for the agency, with the agency for 2022. So just a couple things I wanted to point out is timing. One, with the ongoing shifting landscape, we're not doing long-range planning on specific media tactics right now, but we will continue over the next couple months to understand the market and the trends and really keep a close eye on all that, and look to come back in September in 2021 to share our annual strategy with a detailed marketing plan for the following 6 months, and then, based on the fluidity of market conditions, address the second half of the year in early 2022. The markets, so our visitor markets of origin, Florida has consistently delivered the highest number of visitors, so we want to protect those markets given they will likely be targeted by our competition. So continue to keep Florida top of mind with our advertising, but we also want to continue exploring promising out-of-state markets as an opportunity to grow our brand outside of Florida. So through the research we've seen this year, our Midwest markets, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Nashville, Columbus, those markets have showed a lot of interest in the destination, and so we've marketed towards them, and so we want to continue growing those destinations as developmental markets, and evaluate those based on our customized media model, as well as our arrival list data. And then just follow up with our, all media, we'll study it based on our advertising effectiveness tracking studies with destination analysts, and also the brand perception study, brand market perception studies, where we will evaluate each of the markets and understand their interest in St. Pete Clearwater and how we can reach them. So, if there's any questions or anything else I can address?
Yes, Mike.
Katie, can you tell me who's our, how long have we had our agency?
We've had BVK for over 10 years. We just entered a new agreement with them last February.
Did we do an agency review to see if there was someone out there with a different view?
Yes, we went through an RFP process and evaluated several different agencies and determined that BVK was best prepared to continue with the contract.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, Doreen.
Realizing, obviously, this is a hugely big overview with all that the department does, and I'm drilling down on one little tree that falls on page 21 in the original Goal 6 about the value of tourism campaign for the residents, politicians, and businesses of Pinellas County, and the comment about the campaign was not executed due to the pandemic. But I think we have to always be aware how important it is to be reinforcing, maybe now more than ever, the value of tourism, what it means to our residents. People don't realize that, so many residents just still don't realize that they're not paying the tax for this department. They're not in any way. That is collected on the guests that are staying here, and then the residual of how that drills down to each business, whether it's a gas station or a restaurant or just a myriad of things that those businesses would not be succeeding without the value of tourism. So I think that it's just another integral part of why we need to be aware that we need to be promoting and constantly educating all of those individuals, businesses and politicians and residents.
Agreed, and that's why I'm so glad to hear that the strategic plan will include resident surveys, and with that information, then we'll be so much prepared to go out and then put together a value of tourism campaign next year.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chuck.
Thank you, Chair. On goal number 4, Katie, thank you, by the way. This is amazing how much work you put into this, and every year we are always impressed and appreciate your hard work. But we've talked at a couple meetings this year about the arts. We've had folks come in and talk about it, and it's certainly a large portion of what we've contributed for capital campaigns over the last several years and in the future. So on bullet number 2, you said identify and evaluate new media opportunities. Can you give me an idea of what you might be pondering there, and just expand a little bit about how we might expand our focus on the arts in advertising?
Sure. So yeah, I mentioned that we're working on a brand perception study, and part of that will include some information about arts and how we're perceived as an arts destination. And with that information, we'll be able to go out and market. We'll also use some audience development. So with our destination analyst surveys that they do every month, there's some information there about arts and culture, and so we'll be able to use that to develop kind of an understanding of that arts audience. Some different new media opportunities. So we are looking with our summer campaign, we have identified some publications, some print publications that we can advertise in that will reach an arts audience. Looking at our targeting efforts digitally, we'll be able to do a lot. I know Leroy's looking at that. Our destination magazine, reaching the New York Times has a lot of arts content, and so that will reach them. But we're excited to see what more we can do to expand on that. So we haven't identified specifically right now some of those different media, but that's something the agency is looking at.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes. Russ?
Yeah, Katie, and one of the goals you have in here is working with the different departments internally on advertising and marketing. I'm thinking of the meetings business, where it's going to go as it moves forward in some degree, and sports and those type of areas. You got some examples of what we've done in the past or what you're looking at doing in the future with them?
Sure. So this year we've continued our advertising with North Star and Cvent. Those are projects that Suzanne has brought forward, and together with Leroy they've evaluated, and we're continuing marketing with them. We work with Suzanne. I know she's worked with a couple different publications, and we've created some new ads under the new campaign look, reaching the meetings and convention audience. I know Carmen with BVK has an extensive meetings and conventions background, and so we look forward to kind of collaborating with Suzanne to discuss some new ways that we can reach that meetings and conventions audience.
In sports?
And sports, same thing. I know we've worked with Craig. They're looking at some different publications, some industry trade publications, and we've worked with them on development of an ad. And so yeah, continuing those conversations with them, and like I said, brainstorming to understand our creative in ways that we can kind of reach that audience a little bit more.
Maybe you explain Cvent to those that aren't directly in the business.
Sure. So Cvent is a kind of a place where meeting planners can go and submit RFPs, and so we have information on there about St. Pete Clearwater, and they can go in and put in their information, and then RFPs get sent to our sales staff.
It's the biggest communicator for our industry today.
Yes, I'm sure Suzanne will speak about Cvent.
Mayor Bujalski?
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I'm just curious because even though this is not in Pinellas County, I mean, we had the Super Bowl win. Interesting this year, we've got 2 Toronto teams in our county. We've got the Rays. I mean, we're kind of being seen as a sports destination. And that is not just for like softball tournaments and stuff. I mean, to me, it's a reason for people to travel here. Is there any plan to be looking at advertising in that realm? When I look at your monthly reports with Destination Analytics, I think is the name of it. Analysts, okay. I don't see them. Do you have anybody at our games going on right now?
I do believe they do survey at the games. Destination Analyst does have surveys out at the games.
Because I haven't seen it. We haven't seen March yet, so I get it. But yeah, I mean, I believe that we might be a travel destination for all different kinds of sports. So I didn't see that in your goal, especially given the Super Bowl and kind of what's been happening in our own county.
Sure, yeah, definitely. I mean, we do have continue a partnership with the Tampa Bay Rays, and so we do have advertising assets with them. this year, and so promoting, St. Pete Clearwater to come, enjoy a game. We're working closely with the Toronto Blue Jays with our assets with their capital project funding. There's no doubt that, our sports is an important integral part. It creates events for a destination that brings visitation. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Well,
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see, I'm not saying it'd be a huge campaign. Obviously, the big draw here is our weather and the beach and arts, I'm just saying I think we have another draw. And I would hope that you would look into some kind of advertising campaign and whether that, or talk to the professionals to find out if that's something that we should be doing.
yep, sounds great.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guess we'll move right into Leroy's presentation on digital and communications.
Good morning.
Hi there.
Before I begin, I will just note that, obviously what we do on the digital side and what Katie and BVK do on the traditional side are highly integrated. And so while we may not have, a traditional out-of-the-box billboard campaign for sports, you can bet on the digital front from social media, email marketing, and digital, we're heavily targeting those who are interested in those aspects of the destination. And so just want to reiterate that, and we can be much more tactical on the digital front, and not as 30,000 foot, brand building, but really targeting those who are interested in Valspar, Grand Prix, spring training, et cetera. Going to start just breezing through some of the recap. You all are lucky enough to see me just about every month. And so I'll be honest, a lot what is in the recap are projects and items that I bring forward frequently to you all with our marketing updates. But alas, I'll touch on a couple of these items. The big one that I haven't necessarily addressed this group with is our new website project. You'll see goal 2 on the recap. We are launching a new website, visit stpclearwater.com. Because of COVID and the inability to request additional funds last budget for this project, we did narrow the scope a little bit to work it into our existing budget as we rolled into this year. And I'll touch on a piece of that in a moment. But so we are close to launching a new consumer website. It will be ADA Level 2 compliant, which is a county requirement, a very recent requirement. That will be launching in June. We're very close. We're very excited. And we'll obviously, hopefully in May, I'll be able to give you a little bit more of a visual sneak peek at that moving forward. So a huge project that we've been working on really for 6+ months at this stage. As you all know, we've continued to host media in the destination post, kind of shutdown and pandemic. I highlighted, again, you guys have heard me talk about many of the large efforts we have been able to capitalize on from a media perspective. But we are in high demand from a media visit standpoint. Tracy and McKinsey on my team have been very busy working with NJF PR, our domestic firm, at bringing media into market, as well as collaborating closely with Visit Florida. So we're not maybe for our traditional FAM efforts quite pacing like we would normally because of COVID, but fortunately we've had some of those big opportunities to promote the destination otherwise, Super Bowl, the spring break marketing efforts, TripAdvisor's #1 beach, et cetera. A couple other items I'll touch on. Goal 6, we're obviously in the midst of tracking the return on investment for our digital marketing. The beauty of everything we do on the digital front, we are able to track it all. We're able to track, and again, I've talked to you all at length about perhaps how creepy some of the tracking can be, but understanding if you're exposed to an ad, how long it takes you to book in the destination, then how long it takes you to arrive in the destination, what markets are performing better, what vendors are performing better. And so through January, when I was putting this together, we are tracking well with our return on ad spend. Every $15 that's spent through January so far, and again, preliminary, generates every $15 in hotel revenue generated was derived from $1 spent by us marketing. And why that's January and why we don't have more recent data in here, deadline for the book, but also we use a 60-day look-back window. So it does take time to get that data, right? So if you're served an ad, we wait 60 days to see, is there any action with that ad, with the program? So it takes some time. And again, happy to provide an update later on in the year how we're pacing on that. Again, the beauty of digital, really understanding how valuable each dollar we're spending is from driving bookings. Any questions on any of the recap piece? Katie touched on it a bit, and Jim kind of alluded to it as well. I mean, the challenge with these, budgeting is, especially in this environment, is looking forward, right? 18 months really, and what we're doing. So from a marketing perspective, very similar to Katie, frankly, we don't have a plan. We do not have a plan for 2022, and that's just a reality of the circumstances we're in. Well, obviously, as we have done throughout the pandemic, keep you all very close to what we're looking at, what markets, what timing. But to touch on our budget summary and kind of where the allocations are falling, keep in mind this is digital and communications, and one piece that isn't in that title there is research. So research is a part of this budget as well. So I'll just run through this page 35 briefly. Conferences. Media missions, conferences are important for my team in particular because of the evolving landscape of digital, and so you'll see a number of conferences there. It is significantly scaled back from years past because of budget considerations. Media missions, so McKinsey on our team internally, going to specific markets, meeting with journalists, making sure they know who we are, as well as collaborating with NJF, our domestic PR firm, on missions as well. Media FAMs, really that $52,900, the opportunity to host journalists when they're in destination, expenditures related to that, transportation, hotel rooms, and restaurants and dining. One of the key ways in making sure that somebody can cover and write the destination is making sure they get those experiences. And as I've shared throughout the year, a lot of great coverage and earned media through those opportunities. The digital contract, $5.5 million with Miles Partnership. Important to note, this is in its final stages of, that contract actually ends at the end of December of this year. So this budget is actually a hybrid of the end of the current contract and who will be our next vendor, question mark, right? So we're starting that RFP process already, reviewing what that RFP is going to look like, the scope of work, working closely with Terry and purchasing. We'll be floating that RFP and working through that process. It's a long process because of the size of the contract. Important to note that digital contract, the majority of that money actually doesn't go to that vendor. The majority of that money is passed through, buying media. So while a good portion of those services does relate to website hosting and website development, content development, that contract also houses our SimpleView, our CRM contract. So buying Google, Facebook, all of our digital media programs, TravelZoo, Expedia, they are actually bought through that contract. So I like to remind people, while we love our digital contract agency and we love BVK, a lot of that money goes out the door through those agencies to buy media. It's not actually going to that agency. So if you follow me there. Media contracts, so that is our domestic PR firm, NJF PR, $160,000. You'll note that is actually, and we note this in the variance, that is a significant decrease because we have removed the media contracts for Rooster, for the UK, and for Germany out of my budget because, and Steve will touch on this in international marketing, we're taking that PR and rolling it into the international marketing budget and aligning those funds together. So that's the decrease, really what accounts for the 4.5% decrease in my budget primarily. And then the research contracts, which I touched on, which all of these items obviously are detailed on the following couple pages. Research in particular, I'll touch on. Obviously, destination analysts is the lion's share of that, but we do also contract direct for arrivalist key data, travel click, STR, tourism economics, which is all primarily international data as well. So that's kind of the line by line and the dollars portion of the budget. Any questions on those? And then there are a couple supporting documents in there. I do break down the expenditures for the website contract in particular, and you'll see I've actually, and we've done this for a couple years now, charted whether that's an expenditure direct with miles, whether that's what purchasing calls a pass-through within that contract, which is i.e. buying Hulu advertising, for instance, or a combination of the two, and then what those budget amounts are. And so again, the majority of that $5.5 million is indeed just pass-through, which is a big reason why that contract exists, to help us buy media. Any questions?
Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner. Leroy, in recent years, so many of us have seen a shift in how advertising dollars are spent away from the traditional print media, out-of-market media, into more e-commerce, digital, that's very trackable, and to your point, we can analyze everything. Our budgets of roughly $20 million, 14 in the traditional sense, and only 6 in the digital sense. Any thoughts to flip-flopping that?
Mike, you're going to get me in trouble.
Nothing against Katie.
I'm going to sleep on the couch tonight. No, really, the reality is, and as the sheet Katie passed out, our marketing all works together, and the funnel works from top to bottom. And as a destination, we have to build the brand, and we have to make sure that people know we exist. And, unfortunately, it's just a matter of circumstance. That large-scale brand building, it's expensive, and it takes a lot of money to do so. To speak to your question about the evolving landscape, you're exactly right, and that's been really the story of this digital contract over the last 5 years. If you look at the history of the contract, and I know Commissioner Eggers is very familiar with it because we have asked for several contract amendments to it because of the changes through the years. It's grown. And I think, to your question, there is room for it to continue to grow. And something we will touch on later, Steve and I, on that additional opportunity for this next go-around with the contract, because digital isn't going anywhere. To your point, it's only getting bigger. And so the other piece, too, that I think is nuanced, and if I may, you're saying $6 million is digital, and I would argue that it's much less than that. Our for this plan here as put forward, $3.3 million is just pure digital marketing. Now, yes, we do have additional expenditures for the website and content development, video projects, but when we're talking about actually buying digital media, it's $3.3 million. So there is definitely a huge need to continue to grow that moving forward.
And I think as we just look to challenge ourselves to make sure our marketing dollars are working hard for us and are producing the desired results, it's much easier to ascertain how that's doing in the digital sense than it is in the more traditional brick and mortar and print advertising, that type of thing.
Certainly. Yeah, no, I think we're fortunate. There's room for both at this organization with the resources we have, but I couldn't agree more. We're really able to drill down on a lot of what we do on the digital side. But again, digital works better when we're able to run TV in these markets and we're able to do out of home. So it's, for me, yes, and I don't think you're saying it's either or,
No.
but
It's
certainly,
a blend.
Yep, it's a balance. Yep.
Any other questions so far? Oh, Phil, go ahead.
So are we going to save this decision package till the end, or
That's a great question, Mr. Henderson.
since we're talking about it now?
I'm fine with talking about it now.
Okay.
So,
You want to talk about it now?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Happy to talk about it now. So as Mr.
End of
Henderson
your
alluded to, in the back of the budget book, there is a decision package request from myself for digital marketing, an increase in digital marketing, specifically the contract that will be hitting the streets at some point in the next couple months. As I mentioned, the current 5-year contract ends at the end of December. As we embark on that new contract, my recommendation, because we've seen this change and this needed growth on the digital side, and because we've, through the years, the contract ceiling, it doesn't provide for a lot of flexibility on our increased needs on the digital front. It just doesn't. So I'm requesting an additional $2.5 million to increase that contract on an annual basis of $2.5 million. In my planning and forecasting, $2 million of that would go straight to media, straight to buying digital marketing. That's not in the pocket of whoever that vendor is going to be. That's going to be buying ads. It's going to be marketing partnerships and doing heavy lifting for us, all trackable heavy lifting. The additional $500,000, content development, videos, video advertising, video marketing, additional content for all of those efforts. So that's the request. And if I may, and when we talk about deepening our destination, Mr. Kimball asked about meetings in sports. Katie touched on arts. Mr. Prather mentioned arts. I'll be frank, at the budget level we're at, which is very healthy and I'm very appreciative of it, it can be challenging to make sure that we are not losing sight of where our bread is buttered, beaches and outdoor, but being able to grow these additional market segments from a tactical digital marketing perspective. We need additional funds on the digital side. And arts, meetings, sports will be a huge part of these expenditures that I'm asking for to add to the digital marketing side of things.
Anybody? Mayor Pajelski?
Thank you. Is this 2.5 million over and above what's already in the budget?
That is correct.
Okay, so it would go to basically 7.5. Is that 5.5, so 8?
Well, this year's budget request technically for my department is 6.6 million, which again, that includes the research and the PR side of things. So the 2.5 would put it at just over $9 million. But the allocation of it would be specifically for that digital marketing contract that is being floated and advertised, with $2 million of it contracted directly for media.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Doreen.
So Leroy, with the additional requests, the 2.5 and all of the things that you've outlined as to why it's needed, so looking for the future, is that 9.1 going to be the budget from here on out, or is this, something to boost and then you take a look in future years? What are your thoughts and projections?
It's a great question. I think that's one of the reasons maybe there might be some sticker shock. I get it, 2.5 million is a lot of money, but as we look at that contract, I think it allows us to budget what we need on an ongoing basis and grow that over time. So I think this amount, we're being taped here. I think this amount is sufficient for the next 5 years and the duration of this contract. I'm confident with this amount that we will not have to go back to the BCC and ask for as we had to do on this previous contract, 3 different times, contract amendments because of increasing demand and need on the digital front. I feel good about this amount. Maybe in 3 years I'll regret saying that, but I feel, as we stand here right now, I feel good about it.
Yeah, I was just getting some clarification. That is for the 5-year contract that we're talking about.
That's correct. It would be $2.5 million annually for 5 years.
Yes. Yeah, Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner. How are we going to fund it? Where's it coming from? We're already in deficit spending mode right now.
We're clearly going to outperform Jim's projections. No, I jokingly, I'll defer to Steve on that. I mean, I think, yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Hayes.
Well, we're to my previous point, do we reallocate it from print so that the total amount is the same? We're just shifting where it's coming from.
And Mike, on that, so in the conversation I've had not only with internally with Terry, but also even with Jim, is looking at that, you know, and also with Leroy. You know, if you don't spend, well, it's the first year it's only 9 months, and are you going to spend all $2.5 million that first 9 months? Or as Leroy alluded to, we want to be able to grow the contract, so maybe we're only going to spend $1 million of that. So then I think we go back and look at, all right, is everything we're doing the right thing to be doing? Do we need to make adjustments? We're here today. This is April. And, you know, even last April, we thought things would be different. And they were in some cases, but they're not fully recovered. So we're already planning for next year, and we know there's going to be some additional changes, and how can we react to that? So, get the money, find the best way to spend that, even if it means pulling it from someplace else, and then, you know, make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. And that goes back to some of the metrics that we're talking about and looking at effectiveness. So that's the role we should be in. And even when we come back in September, both from Leroy's perspective and Katie's perspective on the media plans, is to say, hey, here's what we got going the next 6 months. This is definitely happening because we know what's going on. But the next 6 months after that, we're not sure. We think we're going to be doing this, but we're going to verify that in 3 months, 4 months, whatever that might be.
Great.
Did that answer?
Yes.
Just to reiterate, yeah, I think that, again, I feel comfortable with that amount for the lifetime of the contract. That doesn't mean that next year we have to spend it, the following year we have to spend it. But given shifting landscapes and the fluctuation of the environment, it would give us that flexibility.
So does this budget on page 11 include that $2.5 million per year average ask, or is it in addition to what we're showing on that, Jim? I don't know if that, you know what I'm talking about, that page 11 that we looked at?
Commissioner, if you remember, that forecast was presented in February, which was before the department put in their budget request. So if you look at the numbers, they're not going to match exactly. And no, it does not. It doesn't even reflect in my most recent projection, because it's a decision package that will have to be added to their target number or their actual budget submission.
Thank you.
So I think the answer was that Mr. Williams had was yes, it would have to be additional deficit spending without changes elsewhere.
Mayor.
Well, I think some of the interchange between Steve and Mike answered my question. I just hope we're fishing where the fish are. I mean, I rely on you all to judge what is being most effective. I think there is a shift. I think we all know that from traditional. I don't mind spending more. Anecdotally, I think we're going to be in much better shape. I appreciate the conservatism of Jim, but all the folks that I talk to on our beach are having banner years, even in comparison to 2019. I anticipate that's going to continue. I think there's a lot of pent-up demand, and I think we're going to be one of the popular places to spend those resources. But, I mean, budgets are dynamic. That's why I'm not getting too caught up in this conversation. I mean, we will change things as necessary. I just want to make sure that we are spending money in the right places. And if that means a shift to pay Peter from robbing Paul or from Katie to Leroy, so be it. Let's just make sure that we're being as efficient and effective as we possibly can.
Steve, did you have something?
Oh.
No. Anybody else? Yep, Phil.
Well, as I alluded to earlier, I think now is the time to be a little more aggressive. We do have a tremendous fund balance, and rather than robbing and replacing, that we may want to take some educated guessing, which is what he's doing, and put it in places that advertising is shifting to. And therefore, I don't see a real problem with doing it, given the fund balance that we have. And then we reassess what needs to be done in the next year or two based on those results and the actual TDT collections.
Chuck.
Chairman, thank you. Thanks, Leroy. I want to basically say the same thing Phil did. We started this TDC with a mission of marketing. That's really what the goal was, why it was formed. We've since gone to the 60-40 split, but still our mission is to market this destination. And in the changing marketing environment, advertising environment, digital has come so far forward. And you've been on the cutting edge of that. We hear that every month when you do your report, so thank you. So I'm always big into balancing budgets. You hear me talking about all the time, but I do think this is the time to reach and add Leroy's request into our budget.
Anybody else? Okay. Go ahead. Anything else, Leroy?
Yeah, so obviously that was a big piece, but I will hit on what some of the goals that are tied to the budget book just briefly. And there is a summary on page 42 as we look forward to the next year's fiscal year plan. And that is really speaking to how great our digital channels are performing. In fact, one of the best months we've ever seen in terms of website performance and visitation in February, just a couple months ago, and that's dating back pre-pandemic, and gives you a little bit of market landscape there as well. I talked about the website, so moving to page 43, goal 2, I talked about the website project. We did scale the scope of that project back to include just the consumer site in this current fiscal year. As we roll into next fiscal year, we will be addressing and rolling all of the niche sites into the new site. So meeting, sports, international languages, film will be addressed as well in this next fiscal. So they'll all have the latest and greatest technology. And the beauty is now that they'll all be able to do the same things we're doing on the consumer side. Technology's evolved a lot. Website design and development has evolved a lot. So all of those departments, and as we are able to grow, hopefully with increased digital expenditures, drive more and more traffic to those sites with bespoke marketing campaigns.
Leroy?
Yes.
Hold on one second. Mayor, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to run in a moment, unfortunately, and I didn't know if we were going to try and vote on this decision package before I have to leave or not, but I mean, I totally agree with Mayor Hibbard's comments. I'm seeing the same thing in St. Pete as he's probably seeing in the beaches. I think I love the fact you were incredibly conservative. That's the way I'd want to do it too, but I think our numbers are going to be fantastic, much better than we expected, and I agree with Phil's comments that this is the time to do the investment. I think we're going to come out of this pandemic far better than so many other communities around the country. As far as our people coming to visit us. But I also think budgets are fluid, and so I would support this request, and we can certainly take a look, if the numbers aren't as strong, at whether it's purely from reserves or it's a hybrid where it's some from reserves, some from the more traditional marketing. But I'm be in favor of this, and I just wanted to find out if this is something we're going to vote on within the next couple of minutes or not, because I do have to take off, unfortunately.
So I think at this point would be the support of the Tourist Development Council, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, of recommending to the BCC that you're supportive of this decision package, and just recommend that it goes to them and then they do the approval of it. And is that a formal vote, or is that just?
You can either do it in formal vote. Sorry, you can either do it as a formal vote or as part of the whole package that you're moving forward to the BCC as far as that item, and note that the decision package was included therein to increase that.
Okay.
Either way.
But I think it would probably, I think the commission's going to probably want to hear what this group thought about that item. So I think it is well worth it just to say that the decision package, now, again, we haven't gone through the whole discussion here yet, but that they're generally supportive of the request or the ask. I think to the point that the mayors are both saying, I think it's important that we're putting it in the right spot. I mean, we're obviously letting the professionals guide us there. I don't know, the timing is something that we're all kind of agreeing that probably now's the time to really weigh in pretty strongly with our commitment. But I think it's appropriate, Steve, that we get some sense of this group as it relates to that decision package. Hold on one second, Russ. Mayor, did you have something?
I did. I just wanted to say that I had the same perception of, our city and the downtown. It's been packed. We haven't done a special event other than our little market that we have in the downtown in a year. And this last month has been, I would say, pretty equal to pre-pandemic levels as far as dollars, at least from the folks that I've been talking to. And I know that our city also is looking at a mini little marketing committee made up of our chamber and our merchants and the city and our Visit Dunedin group, which we have. And they're going to be investing heavily into digital. That's where they're going to get the biggest bang for their buck. So it does seem to be appropriate to do it. I don't know where we get the money from. I do understand we've got a lot of reserves and all of that stuff, but I think you've heard from us, Steve, that we don't want to keep operating this way. And so we see the need for this, Leroy, but try to figure out how we don't continue operating this way.
Well, and I think when we make the presentation to the BCC, it's important for everybody to understand that the overlay piece of the traditional marketing and how the digital works closely with it, making sure we understand where the money's going and how they complement each other's efforts, because it's a big black box that most of us don't understand. Sure. So we need to have a better sense of what that's all about. Russ?
I would say industry is very optimistic with the mayors, what they've said of their communities. And I think that it's a time to do this. I think the idea of both the mayors here that recommended it may be full request, but it may be a hybrid of some type. And as we cautiously go forward, staff and our director can guide that to say, here's the hybrid or whatever it is, and report back and report to the Board of County Commission too. We're very fortunate that the Board of County Commission has always accepted our recommendations as long as we're got enough thought and time and into it. And I think this is one of those times.
Yeah, and since the contract, so most of that money is not going to the vendor that we're hiring, it's going to the end users. I mean, they're getting, obviously, I'm sure, percentages of those contracts. But I think to your point is we can graduate that over time, and we don't have to do it. It's not like committing to 2.5 each year. It's allowing for it, but being strategic and stepping it.
I think that's perfectly well said, Commissioner, that's what we do at this meeting every year, right? And that's how, if I may, you all would know this time next year what I'm putting forward for the following year as part of that additional increase. And if I'm at 2.5 million additional, there's obviously going to be a lot of questions as to, wait a second, I thought this was gradual, et cetera. But yes, it's a process, certainly.
Yeah, well, we certainly have, this organization has its pot of money that's a little different than the traditional, because we're looking at a pretty tight budget for next year overall, not necessarily looking at this budget. So anybody else? I guess I'm hearing general sense. Yes, Melinda.
I just want to, voice a support for this focus into the digital marketing efforts. I do think that, when you look at an overall marketing budget, and you see the technology shift towards that angle, I think that it does typically lend itself to thinking that maybe it might come from more of the traditional marketing efforts. And so, but I don't think that we could be in a better, stronger position in having this level of marketing. Everyone says, oh, everyone's coming here because of we've got #1 beaches. It's like, no, they came here because there was a direct impact to bring them here, So I really just want to applaud your entire, department and all the marketing efforts that's gotten us through this so that we could have this very optimistic outlook for the future. And like to see, to make sure that we're focusing, those marketing efforts digitally as any, to where we're going to have the biggest ROI, So, when Russ is talking about his meetings are picking up, it's like, that's a tremendous ROI for, our industries that we have. And I just want to make sure that, I think it makes us way more interesting and fun as a region, with all the interesting restaurants and museums and things like that. So, I just want to make sure that we're proportionally making sure that we're directing those efforts into ways that make us interesting and make us successful as on an ROI basis. So anyway, thank you. You're doing a great job.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Yes, Phil.
Traditionally, and Russ, correct me if I'm wrong, we have discussions like this. We make some adjustments to the budget that's being presented, and at the end of the day, we adopt what we've hashed out throughout the day. There may be some positions we want to add. There may be some positions we want to eliminate. There may be some adds or subtracts to some of the presentations coming forward. I think the consensus is we would go along with this request, but I think the vote would come at the end of the day on the entire package once we've kind of vetted it all out.
Intuitively, that's what I would think as well. But I just, again, I just wanted to be sensitive to the mayor who's having to leave. I think we got your sense of where you're coming from, and I guess we'll move
I'm happy
forward
to
and
make a
we'll do that.
motion, Commissioner, if
We'll
you'd
do
like.
that. We're going to do that afterwards.
Okay.
That's what I'm afterwards. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll make it brief here, but just to touch on a couple of those additional goals, we are going to ramp up our, local PR efforts, and I think this is something that can help complement the, value of tourism to local stakeholders, local residents as well. That's a goal that's actually broken out and articulated differently than in years past. Goal number 4, page 44, speaking directly to us working our local media contacts more aggressively and more frequently moving forward. And really, I'll be honest, it's an articulated goal in next year's sales plan, but we've begun that already. And the next couple of goals speak to that ROI that's been mentioned and the ability to measure our performance. We've gotten a bit more granular and a bit more specific with this year's sales plan, but I talked about the 5% increase on that return on investment as measured by actual hotel bookings and revenue. So we're able to measure, and we're going to use a number of different sources to help us understand, are we achieving that return on investment for when it comes to specifically booking rooms, as well as increase with search and also those trip planning, inspiration, conversion metrics, as we talked about in Goal 6 and Goal 7. There's a couple other internal and external goals stated, but happy to answer any additional questions and greatly appreciate the support voiced by this board. Thank you so much.
Okay. Did anybody have anything else? Just again, I'm not trying to, just to make sure I understand that the ask as it relates to that page 11 suggestion from our OMB folks and the capital, the operating ending balances that we have there, that's where the monies are coming from, right? I mean, these additional asks would be coming from that operating ending fund balance. We're expecting adjustments in the conservative nature of your budget forecast. We're expecting bigger numbers than that around this table, even if you may not. But what we're saying is that the extra monies that we're asking for are coming from that area.
Correct. It would come from the operating portion of the revenue, the
Right.
60%. So if it pans out the way it is on page 11, then it would increase the operating deficit to about 5.5 million or 6.5 million.
Right.
For 22.
Yeah, but
But it would be, we would have to fund it through the use of beginning fund balance.
Yeah, so essentially, when you're showing an operating ending balance in 27 of 15 million, 2.5 times 5,
Correct.
you're talking about mostly that being gone if it proceeds like this.
Yeah, it would reduce the available reserves in 27 by the cumulative,
Yeah, I
amount.
think that's a better way of saying it,
Yes.
because I think there's optimism that this number's going to be,
Correct.
but I understand where you're coming. I just want to make sure I was connecting those dots. Yes, Mayor. Jim?
Jim, sorry. I know you're being conservative, so as you look at March and April, which we're all experiencing and seeing for ourselves, are you looking to adjust the numbers that are conservative before, when did you say it was going to the county?
The budget submitted to the board in July.
Okay, so you have some time.
Yes, we have some time, but what will most likely be going to the board is what's being presented today. What would be adjusted is how much is available for reserves. And they would, if the board would decide to include the decision package, then it would be added into the budget. So what's going to be submitted is basically what was submitted to OMB in March.
So the reason I'm asking this question is because I believe that probably the county commission are going to have a lot of the same questions we're having. You know, we're operating on a deficit, and certain areas need more money. If we all believe that these numbers are too conservative, then I would think that by the time you are able to present this, you will have a better idea of what's happened in, because we just got done with February. You'll know what March and April, I think.
Well, what I would like to.
I think it would help them,
Yes,
because
but what I
that's
would
the
like to-
struggle we're having.
Yes, what I would like everyone to understand is that when the board adopts the budget in September, we make budget amendments throughout the year.
No, I understand that. I get that. We
and
do it in our city all the
yes,
time.
and if it's the budget, or if the revenues are way outperforming, and there is a need, and the BCC decides that they need that additional money, we will make budget amendments. We're not cutting it off at this point,
I
saying this
understand.
is all you can have for the year.
Yeah.
We do this all the time, but I
yeah.
mean, especially during this pandemic, I mean, we're doing it in our own city as we're learning, as we just learned what we were getting from the stimulus. We've already adjusted our projections. you might find out you're getting $4 or $5 million from stimulus. I'm just saying, I think to give the best numbers to the county commission.
Yes, we make adjustments to the numbers, and we'll have.
Dave, you know what I'm trying to say.
We'll have additional information that we present to the board in July, and then there'll be additional information when we present the amended or the updated budget before it's adopted. So they're going to have more information. They're going to have more information from Steve on if this is needed, and if they decide to include it, then we will include it, and we'll make adjustments as needed. I'm not advocating one way or the other.
Okay.
I'm just letting everyone know where we're projecting we're going to be in the process to make changes to the budget if we need to.
Okay, thanks.
Some of those adjustments are made before the budget's finalized. Not often are they changed from where we are now, and they're done mostly through amendments during the year. That's just the traditional conservative method of doing our budgeting to make sure that we're covered.
Correct.
And you don't move just on a month variation.
Correct.
Or 2 months or whatever, because we don't really know what the next 2 or 3 months are going to pan out. It seems that we're getting this pent-up demand that's really superseding where we were in 2019. So, in any event, thank you. Anything else, Leroy?
That's it for me.
Okay, where are we?
So lunch is here.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Leroy.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we've got lunch in right now, so we're going to take just a break to pick up our lunches, which will be brought where? Are they out in the hallway?
I believe they're setting up in the back.
Okay, they're going to set up back here. Are you ready to go? 2 minutes? Okay. So before you descend on the lunch spot, give them a couple minutes. We'll go pick up our lunches and try to be back here about 7 minutes, and we'll have an eating. We're going to eat while we work. So we just keep it moving, okay? So we can get everybody out of here sooner. I think we have a 2:30 drop dead. Not that we have to take all that time. I'm just saying that's when we have to be out of here. So hopefully we can keep it moving while we eat lunch. So we'll take a break for a couple minutes, go get our lunches, and then start back at 1:45, okay? All right, thanks. So is Suzanne ready? Okay. Steve, can we go ahead and get going? All right. Suzanne, why don't you come on up and get us started on meetings and conventions? Hi there.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you. I said to Mr. Kimball on the way in, I'm like, this is my 15th budget meeting. I should have it down by now, but I've never really ever presented after a pandemic, so, you know,
It's a little
this is
different.
something different. I want to just touch on some of the recap that starts on page 47. And I kind of addressed the goal of the room nights. Obviously, we had a room night goal of 85,000 to 120,000. This was a revised room night goal, that we came up with back in the summer. It was aggressive because at the time we didn't have much information. So I don't anticipate meeting that goal, and that's what I put in this recap. However, in going along the lines of what Mr. Williams and Mr. Kimball both said about seeing group leads coming in December, we brought in 24 leads. In January, brought in 37. In February, 61. In March, 71. And to date, for April, 64. So it's steadily increasing. We have booked 67 groups definite for 26,187 room nights. So with 5 months left to go, I'm optimistic that we will come close to that 85,000 that is in our goal. As it relates to goal 2, we didn't have any opportunities to try to solicit any of those trade shows that we typically attend out in, in the U.S. Because none of them happened. So you'll see in my marketing plan going forward that will be a goal that we will carry over into 22. For the meeting planner experience, again, we didn't have any groups really coming in at the time. To date, we have serviced 15 groups, but as we're seeing groups definite come on the books for Q3 and Q4, I anticipate that to be closer to 75 to 100 groups by the end of fiscal 21. Strategic partnership, we did continue our partnership with Helms Briscoe throughout the pandemic with our messaging. We utilize the New and Now that Mackenzie on Leroy's team puts together, and we send that out through their portal, just letting them know what's going on in the destination, especially as the Rise to Shine campaign and, the reopening status of our destination. We are going to start talking to Global Synergies and working on a partnership with them, as well as, talking to Experience and American Express and just seeing where everybody is as we evolve out of this and move towards a more normal state of business. So for my budget for 22, the ask is for 1.75 million, and that is decreased from the FY21 budget, which was 2.2. The main reduction came from on the convention services and incentive side, as well as some of the sales missions and trade shows. It is in line with my sales plan, where we drilled down on some of those trade shows to ones that we over the years have had proven ROI from, and good track records with for really having time to speak with meeting planners and get that business. So those are the ones that we put in the plan going forward for 22. For the sales plan itself for next year, it addresses the growth that we're already seeing that we discussed in the recap. As Mr. Kimball said earlier, we are seeing a lot of groups booked for Q3 and Q4 as early as July. And according to North Star's latest survey that came out, 81% of the 929 respondents said that they will plan a meeting before 21 is out. and we are definitely seeing that. As the COVID vaccine rolls out, it's just getting stronger and stronger every day. The majority of those meetings that we're seeing are business meetings, sports meetings, incentive trips, reunions, smaller, definitely smaller, but smaller is good for our destination. Our destination sweet spot is 350 people or less. So for us, this is a good thing. Moving on to page 60, which is where goal 1 is. We're looking at a definite room night goal of 150,000 room nights. Now, this is something that we will evaluate as it goes through, as we see where everybody's talking about where we're pacing, and we're pacing FY18 and we're pacing FY19. Both of those years, our definite room nights were more than that. So, we will look to revise as we emerge out of this. But the main goal is just to get out there and continue fostering our relationships with meeting planners, letting them know what's going on with the destination, and traveling to the shows and talking to them about what their business level is and where their meeting needs are. Historically, Florida and the Tampa Bay market have been our strongest, so we will have a heavy presence there, planning 2 to 4 FAM trips for FY22, bringing in some of the local meeting planners, local being, Orange County, Manatee County, Tampa, or Hillsborough, Pinellas. So close the drive market, essentially, to reassociate them with what's in their backyard, so to speak. We also are going to focus on where we were going when we went into the pandemic, which was some of those emerging markets in the Southeast and the Midwest. So Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, Kansas City, Michigan, Ohio, those where we were starting to see good traction. We will revisit those. We're going to collaborate, obviously, as has been the conversation today, with advertising and digital, and develop some messaging for meetings and business-to-business communication. I think it's extremely important. We have been out on North Star, as Katie spoke about earlier, which has done very well for us. The data that we've gotten has, really given us a good insight into people are eager for information. So I would like to expand on that going into FY22. As Katie spoke about CVent is a portal for meeting planners to distribute their RFPs. To be clear, they distribute RFPs to hotels, and they copy us on their RFP. It doesn't actually go to us to distribute. So in that, it's good for us to know that people are looking in the destination, and then we, as a CVB, can contact them when we look at their specs and see that there are other hotels in the destination that they have sourced, so that we can contact them and say, hey, just letting you know, I looked at your specs and this hotel fits in your specifications. Are you interested in also sending it to them? So it's key for us to be on CVent, and it's key for the placement of where we are in CVent and for the messaging that goes out. And I would say probably 1/2 to 3/4 of our RFPs come through CVent. So continuing on page 62, still going to work on getting some of those trade shows that we typically travel to. We were in the final decision for Site Classic, which is one of the largest meeting shows for incentive planners, and we were down to dates for the site inspection, which was going to be last April, and unfortunately, nothing else needs to be said there. We do have to start the bid process over with them again, which we will do. North Star also has been really emerging as one of the leaders in some of the trade shows that are out there, better ones for us. And it's not even trade shows anymore. They're more appointment shows where you really have time to sit down with planners and talk about the destination. So trying to recruit another one of their shows. We have had Destination Southeast here, which was at Mr. Kimball's property, and we also had their Independent Planners Conference at the Don Cesar last February. So one of the goals that was in last year, we're going forward with this year, is increasing on that meeting planner experience. Exemplary service is what sets us apart, and we hear it a lot from meeting planners about the service that we provide at Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and we would like to enhance that going forward into FY22. Originally, in the FY21 budget, we were going to look to add a position. Obviously, that got eliminated, that position, so maybe in a future year we can revisit that and then really be able to enhance this even more. We continue to communicate with our hotel partners really on a daily basis, and I think the team does a very good job of talking to them and letting them know about our services and how we can help, and just really, being on the forefront of their minds when they have groups coming in and they're competing with another destination, and what we can do, what can we do to help you set us apart. We also are going to establish the customer advisory group that we also had in the plan for last year, consisting of stakeholders and meeting planners, so that we can foster creativity, learn about what other destinations are doing, or learn what they're seeing out there, or what they would like to see us doing in the meetings and conventions world. I'm working with Eddie on Leroy's team to develop a sales newsletter. We have it set to the first one to go out later this summer, and it is going to be going out to our meeting planner database, and it will talk about what's new in the destination, what's happening. It's also going to feature one person on the meetings and conventions team to talk about what they do. The first one that goes out is going to talk about Renee, who's our convention services manager, and talk about our services, just to reassociate meeting planners with us and what we do and all the things that have happened over the last year. Goal 4 is strategic partnerships with third parties, which I touched on a little bit when I was talking about Cvent. So approximately 60,000 room nights a year come to us from third parties, which is about 1/3 of our room nights. So we definitely want to focus on that. I talked about Experian, American Express, Helms Briscoe, Conference Direct, Global Synergies. We will continue to work on strategic partnerships with them. And obviously, I left in the budget, of course, attending Helms Briscoe annual partner meeting, the Conference Direct annual partner meeting. And we still are sending out our new and now letter on the HB portal, as well as we are going to execute some FAMs just with third parties into the destination, just to, again, associate them with the destination, let them know what's new, what's happening, and educate them on our services. And that is the sales plan and the recap and the budget.
If I may, as I mentioned earlier when I started, that sports and marketing are the two areas that we're seeing that starting to move forward in the third quarter and fourth quarter, and then into for next year. And I see the budget being cut, and it's hard to forecast where it's going to go as far as the incentive money and servicing side of it. And the number you have may be right on. I have no idea. But is there a plan that it can be reviewed halfway through or whatever it is, Steve, to as we see this market increasing?
I think with everything that we're doing, Russ, is to be fluid and react accordingly so that we can go after the market. And part of that is if we see the number, if the numbers come in, revenues are higher than we thought, and we need to approach OMB and ultimately the BCC and say, we'd like an amendment and this is what we're going to do, and part of it's going to be related to M&C. it's easy to go through and do that because you can say these are the programs we're going to do. And that was, again, one of my points early on was using the data to tell us the business story and then react quickly.
And it seems like that data for these departments is going to be information that we've never had as much as we're going to have now to tell where it goes. I just think that those are the areas that you have to look at and be ready to do it. Let's hope you have to go back and ask for more funds. The other side is that are we living very closely, I know you do with the hotels, with the meeting planners that have pushed groups forward for this, not this year, but all coming back next year. And are we living close with that, with the incentive and so forth, so they stay in our county and not get a better deal in the meantime somewhere else in Florida is one of the concerns also.
So we did, as we moved groups into future years, we did move their funds to that. I think the main issue will be as groups are coming, groups that canceled outright, because we had somewhere around 76,000 room nights that we know about that canceled. That's just groups that came through us. So I'm sure the number was far greater. Where those groups, when they want to book, if the incentive funding is there. We are taking a look at how we incentivize the groups and how that funding works, and going to be a little bit more strategic about it, but there's no doubt that over the years that has been a very successful sales tactic, and the one that has helped us win business many, many times over. And I think it definitely needs to be evaluated as the year goes on and as business continues booking.
It is partially like with attrition. Is it a one-year attrition, or is it, and then it'll move back up or not? You have to work with those groups to it's so fluid, this whole area is, but I think that's something you have to be looking at also addressing.
It is, and we have been working with some of the hotels on their hybrid meetings, trying to find ways to, the hybrid meetings are very expensive, and trying to find ways to help offset some of the financial amounts that they have to pay in order to make the meeting happen for the hotel as well as the destination. So we get that in-person part of the hybrid. Most of the data that we're seeing is that hybrids aren't going away. I'm more optimistic. I think that there will be more in-person than people think, just because the nature of our industry is that we want to meet face-to-face. But the hybrid component is there, and the costs are very expensive. So I think that all ties into how we look at the incentive funds and what we can do to help both the hotel as well as the meeting planner.
I have to say, I thank you and your team for working so hard with hotels. I know with ours and other hotels, and working hotels together on it. It's been a great relationship. You just said 15 years, and it's been building for each of those years on those daily calls back and forth, and how important it is for the 20 hotels that are really involved in the meetings business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we're doing our first virtual client event on the 29th, and we have like 7 or 8 hotels that are jumping on with us. So that will just kind of, just to get the hotels FaceTime with meeting planners to let them know, we're open for business, and kind of tell them what's going on with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And even though conferences are starting to happen, I just went to my first one, and we are seeing them all come on board for Q3 and Q4, so I do anticipate that to continue.
Mr. Chairman, a question. Suzanne, I first of all echo Russ's comments. Your team does a great job.
Thank you.
And we very much appreciate it. In times like this, when we're trying to come out of a downturn, do you feel like you have enough salespeople to get the job done? Or have we thought about adding or overstaffing for a while to help that ramp up occur quicker?
So we are down 2 people right now because we had a colleague pass away. It'll be 2 years ago, September, and then we just lost a person because she moved away. We are going to replace that position. I believe I talked about we were going to add convention services. Both of those positions, I believe, were eliminated or not. They're not replacing them right now during the pandemic. So I hope, we are spread thin. There is no doubt about it. As these leads are coming in, especially, we will, the position that left is the Florida market, which is our largest market, but we are going to get, after this budget is over, we're going to get that RFP out there to replace that because it's key. But I think, to answer your question, it is definitely, my goal to add more staff.
Yeah, I'd be fully supportive of even overstaffing direct sales positions today in order to help us out of the hole that we're in from a meetings and convention standpoint. You've got a very ambitious and aggressive trade show program here, and having additional salespeople to help you through that, I think would make sense.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Hi. You touched briefly on the FAM tours. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Do we have any planned? I just think there's kind of everybody's going to be so hungry to get this business back in other markets and people in your position. So we have those planned. And
we have one that we are planning right now. It's Connect, which is one of the larger trade shows that we go to. Will be in Tampa in August. So we are doing two pre-FAM tours prior to that conference. So that conference is the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday prior to Labor Day weekend. So we will bring them in the weekend before. We will do one for St. Pete and one in Clearwater that will run simultaneously because it's hard to get everybody to both destinations. So they'll have to pick where they want to go. So we are working with Connect now to do that. The other one was we had a FAM starting to plan before the Florida person left. So that we're going to pick up with. And that was more of one that was for the local market, bringing in planners from the area to kind of reassociate them, as I mentioned earlier, with our destination to happen in Q3 as well, probably September, because it's a good time for us to be able to get rooms. So those are the 2 that we have set to go now. And then we are starting to build the agenda for the one for the third parties.
thank you.
You're welcome. I'll be reaching out to host them. Done? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder to unmute yourself for the record.
Thank you. I was trying to do it off the record for my eating, but I forgot to put it back on. Thank you for the reminder. Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope your lunches are delicious.
They are.
All right, good deal. Craig Campbell here to present on both sports and events and community and brand engagement. I'll echo a lot of what Sue's just referenced, and great job by her. It's been a tough year from a recap standpoint, and sports specifically. The pandemic, the impact on sports programming has been substantial. We've had over 50 events that have either canceled outright, rescheduled, or relocated just in the past year. So obviously, business and room nights have been down quite a bit. And we're not talking about some low-level room night producers. We're talking signature events here between ESPN Elite Invitational in Clearwater, the Skyway 10K, St. Pete Run Fest, et cetera, some signature level events here. The list is pretty substantial. It's been a long road this year, but there's definitely reason for optimism. And again, to echo Suze's comments earlier, we're definitely on a path to recovery here, as you'll see on page 71. From health and safety guidelines in place for events, widespread vaccine distribution. We've seen the return of small amateur events now into medium and larger size amateur events. Of course, the Super Bowl came and went and didn't seem to be much of a hitch there. So we're definitely encouraged that we're headed on the right path here from a sports event standpoint. As far as the budget goes, you will notice there's a slight decrease in the request this year, and that's a reflection of more targeted, less travel, but more targeted approach when it comes to trade shows and conventions. We have ramped up in other areas, as you'll see from a marketing and advertising standpoint, FAM tours that were just discussed as well. So we beefed up in other areas, but a more kind of focused approach from a travel standpoint. Pivoting into the sales plan for a bit. So we're a business development unit. So our main focus is room night generation. So we have a pretty ambitious goal of 150,000 room nights this year. Historically, to give you some perspective, the department's operated somewhere in the 110 to 130 range, and that's in a normal year, of course. So we've laid out a plan here on how we're going to get to that 150, and it's really three guiding principles here. So retention being the first one. So seeking to retain as many events as possible. If the event happened this year, 2 years ago, we want that event to come back and stay in Pinellas County. That's going to give us a solid baseline of room nights right there. Recovery is the next principle there. So any event that got canceled or is looking to relocate, let's get them in the fold. Let's make sure that they're having their event here in the county. Do our part to bring them back. And then new events. So that's the third layer here. The business development team has just done a tremendous job these past several months in a down period. And we've had some pretty major wins here these past few months. So I just wanted to recognize the team here. Jeffrey John, Julie Bolfa, Caleb Peterson, Katie Brunk. Just in the past couple months here, we've hosted USA Softball in Clearwater. We've helped the Pride Run Series partner up with St. Pete Pride and become part of their official programming next month, or excuse me, in June. We've got the Florida State Bowling or Open Bowling Tournament that's going to be hosted in both Dunedin and Seminole. That's 9 straight weekends of bowling. We've got USA Water Polo coming to Clearwater next month, and then Perfect Game is a pretty prestigious baseball showcase event that's coming to Tropicana Field in June. So we're definitely trending in the right direction, as you can tell, and we want to focus on those new events coming into the new fiscal year here and keep up that momentum. A few other items here I'd like to touch on that are really in support of that room night goal, and these items are going to help us get to that 150 marker. So, Mr. Kimball, your comments on advertising could not be more timely, because just next month we're starting a program and ramping up messaging to event organizers through the sports events publication. So it's a targeted B2B approach, but the messaging there is we're open for business and we want to host your event. So we'll be ramping that up here the next several months. And again, we've parked or allocated additional funds for marketing and advertising for next fiscal year as well, so we can continue that wave. And then goal number 3 here, I just wanted to, on page 75, wanted to give you some additional information on the incentives. So this is the other piece of the puzzle here, on top of the marketing and advertising, but the support that we can provide to these event organizers. So you can see it's been requested that we provide a breakdown of where we've spent our money on which different sports segments. So there's about 25 or so listed in there. And you can see what we've spent. And of course, this year and last year are truncated quite a bit due to COVID, but you can see 2019, again, that's sort of the gold standard, as Steve has mentioned. So you can see what we spent by each segment and then the ROI on each segment. So what room night and bed tax has been collected by those segments. So, and it also gives you an idea of some of where you see zeros across the board. Okay, these are going to be some new target markets that we're looking to penetrate and develop. Any questions on the sports side of things before I jump into community and brand engagement?
Russ?
If I can. Help me with my memory. A couple years ago, and it was a few years, I'm not sure it ever finished, there was going to be a survey done on what was needed in the county, or what we had in the county for sports and so forth. And I don't remember ever seeing anything finished on that. Has that been done so that we have an idea when it comes to capital programs to encourage different municipalities to increase certain facilities that they have in order to make this work?
So it's mentioned in the recap, and sorry I kind of glossed over that, but yeah, page 66, or 65 and 66, goal number 3 is the evaluation of the facilities and kind of where we stand. So a preliminary feasibility study was completed this past April, and basically it's been put on pause until, things kind of shake out.
Is there a plan on your schedule for 22 or to work on that?
Absolutely, yeah, we can layer that in, kind of revisit that and bring that to light.
If we're trying to increase and get to your 150,000 room nights, and we're going to have a capital request program coming up before the end of the year, and cities can help, and usually those are small dollars requests in relative to other programs in order to get some big room nights out of it. So I would recommend that we do.
Commissioner Bujalski, or Mayor Bujalski, excuse me.
Steve, you look like you wanted to say something.
Well, you go first, and then I will.
I was just, I was going to ask the same question, Russ. Thank you for bringing it forward. Because I do think there's two different options, and maybe it's not this coming year, but it is to improve the facilities that exist out there amongst the 24 municipalities and county, or it's to build a facility. Those are our two options.
There you go.
And that was kind of the reason for the study, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
And we talked quite a bit about that as an opportunity. I know we don't have a lot of money in the bank right this second, but we're getting ready to. So it would seem like if we were going to do any kind of planning, the planning part now, before the money is available, is probably the best thing for us to do. And I do think it's something we need to finalize on, because we are one of the only large tourist destinations that doesn't have a sports facility or a comprehensive package of things that we're trying to develop and working with cities. And I'm not saying we have to go build something. If we can figure out a way to help cities add on to what they already have, look, I'm open to that too.
Certainly.
But it's making a plan, and we haven't finished that plan, and I certainly would like to see that plan completed, so we at least understand what it is we're looking at, allow the cities to plan for their capital needs, and or figure out if we're going to build something and figure out when that should happen.
Go ahead, Steve.
Great, thank you.
And this kind of goes back to what all three of you were talking about. Part of it's understanding what assets we have and then what's growing out there. So I'll pick on my wife. She's like totally into pickleball. You know, I've never seen someone so adamant about playing pickleball. Well, are there enough courts? Well, she keeps telling me where all the courts are. And, you know, and then you find out, okay, well, do we need to have more of those? Versus, do we need to have more of something else? We're known, you know, from a softball standpoint and a baseball standpoint, you know, a lot of people know this destination. And so what do we do to ensure that we stay on top of that? So I think to go back, maybe it's not you need to build anything. Maybe it's you enhance or turn over certain things. I know the conversations are happening, but I think what I heard was in this year to go back and look at that and say, you know what, we've got enough, I'm making this up, but we've got enough, you know, baseball fields to handle this. But the reality is if we wanted this, we would need to add on in this capacity. You know, same thing, you know, just look at all the different sports. And I think that's why that chart was so good that Craig presented, because it shows what we have coming here. And then, of course, what's not out there that maybe there really isn't a demand for us, or we don't have the facility, which is why we don't get it.
Let's also not forget that, you know, when you talk about middle school, high school, and collegiate level teams that travel to compete, they're not always playing at a school, or there isn't always the facilities they need at a school. And so a lot of these, you know, people travel to sports facilities so that they can accomplish what they want to accomplish, you know, big, huge tournaments, which thereby bring hotel rooms. So, you know, people aren't going to travel here to play pickleball, but they might if there's a huge pickleball tournament. And apparently there are, because I've been emailed by one of our residents many, many times about it. So I just throw that out there.
Go ahead. Anybody else?
Great, thank you.
Go ahead. Oh, Bill. Sorry.
Yeah, Russ was saying the last couple of years, it's actually probably the last 10 years that I recall, we keep bringing this up and talking about doing the study. And, you know, the purpose of it was to say, okay, this is what we're doing now with what we have, and we could attract this, this, and that if we just had this much more. And that's what I thought we were shooting for, and it's just been going on and on and on and never really finalized. So, you know, I think it helps our interior hotels quite a bit, 19 corridor and so forth. They don't stay on the beaches necessarily. And it is something I think that's worth pursuing again and trying to figure out, okay, if we took this to the next level by adding this or that, or helping a city add to their particular complex, then we could really benefit quite a bit from it. But we've never seen any results. It's just been talking about doing a study. Now we see it was completed, but we never saw what it was. And what were the findings? What were the outcomes? What were the conclusions? So if we could look at that and have some sort of synopsis on where that was, and then decide whether we should take this the next step, I think it'd be important to look into.
Okay. Message received, yeah, for sure. Thank you. Okay, any other questions on
Go ahead.
sports and events? Awesome. We'll pivot over to the community and brand engagement. So on that side of things, you know, similar story to meetings and sports. The the brand engagement team, their primary focus is consumer engagement. So the opportunities to meet face-to-face at events with potential clients, it's been pretty minimal. Again, to give you some perspective, just in fiscal year 19, 2 years ago, we produced over 70 activations. This year, we've clearly scaled back with the fewer opportunities, but we've focused on the elite event program. So Clearwater Jazz Holiday, the Wanderlust series, we've been a part of that, King of the Beach, Standing Ovations. Of course, we've got the Valspar Championship coming up next week. We'll have a nice footprint out there. So we're doing what we can from that local standpoint to engage any out-of-towners while they're in the market. We've also provided significant support to Katie and a lot of her initiatives that she mentioned earlier, the Rise to Shine campaigns, Sunshine Stewardship, and of course, we had the Super Bowl back in February, so a really sizable, robust display featuring our P1 powerboat in action at the NFL Experience, and also the celebrity flag football game on Clearwater Beach, so we were part of that. The good news, clearly, is that events are picking up. Next week alone, I mentioned the Valspar Championship. We got the King of the Beach, the Spring Fishing Tournament, and Sunscreen Film Festival, which Tony, I'm sure, will mention here shortly. We've got National Travel and Tourism Week the following week. So things are looking busy for the summer. We've got St. Pete Pride, which just announced their month-long programming of activities. So, and then P1 Powerboat, Pier Fest, and Clearwater Offshore Nationals kind of filling out the schedule for the balance of the year. Shout out, I want to shout out to the team here, Brandy Bolden, Justin Leeser, Kim Murray, just for all their hard work, especially with the Sunshine Steward campaign. They were out in the field during peak spring break times, 5 straight weeks that they were out there engaging with the public and doing their part to promote all of our local businesses. So one area of the sales plan I did want to highlight is our external collaboration with BVK. So Katie mentioned earlier in her presentation their approach for targeting new markets. So she mentioned Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Nashville as a few examples. So we've already started dialoguing and collaborating with BVK on what some activations could potentially look like in those markets. So just working with them to strategically identify and activate at a dozen or so opportunities out of market. And again, it supports their overall marketing mission. So more to come on that front, but excited to explore that process with them. And then from the community relations side of things, so shout out again to Kristen Corin and all her amazing work as community relations manager. So she does a lot, and the core of what she does is manage the chamber funding program. So just wanted to touch on that again real quick, that the increase in funding from 2 years ago that you all had granted, it was really well received, and especially during the pandemic, keeping that number flat has been really great for the chambers. This summer we are planning to revamp that program. So there's been talk the past couple years on what that would look like, and we'll definitely seek your feedback. We're going to survey the chambers as well and see what their thoughts are on what that new program would look like, but we'll have more information on that to come. And then beyond that, so and you can see in the sales plan just the other various touch points we have in the community, whether it's hosting fam tours, sustainability initiatives. So we've done some great basic things with Keep Pinellas Beautiful. So we're trying to grow a program with them. And I mentioned National Travel and Tourism Week, so collaborating with Katie and Leroy on a whole week-long schedule of activities to celebrate the industry locally and all the partner events that she produces. So we'll continue to provide resources and support with our community relations program. And that's all I have.
All right, Craig, thank you. Any questions for Craig? Yes, Steve.
Mr. Chair, if I might, and this goes back to the community and brand aspect, and I know this, I mean, it's part of the plan, more about that community message. Doreen, when you were talking about the value of tourism, what a great vehicle through what they do, like they did, being at a Valspar, but being at the local events. is a great vehicle for us to get that message out, in addition to talking about the travel opportunities of being here. The other thing, and just kudos to Craig and his team, they had 2 members, and you've seen us talk about it for Rise to Shine, that were out interacting with guests in the community, and they did a great job in providing that feedback on what was happening out there and telling people about visiting and responsibly while you're here. Those things I think did very well for us, which tells me to do more of that, so that again, I think we as the tourism industry have a greater presence in the community, and we get to tell our story in a way that we normally don't. So I see a greater interaction with that, with his team and what they're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tony, come on up.
I was going to say good morning, but I guess it's technically afternoon now, so good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all have the lunch settling in and you're not going to fall asleep on me now after everybody's got a little something in their stomachs there. I'll just start off with the recap real quick for the Film Commission. Something that you're gonna see at the end of the meeting today is a video, the trailer for Life's Rewards. I don't know if any of you have seen the Fox 13 news piece that just came out a day or so about this, but this is something that our department, in partnership with, of course, Leroy's department, all of Visit St. Pete Clearwater, and Visit Florida have done with this 8-episode web series that's premiering on Amazon's Prime Video. And so this is essentially a 90-minute commercial for the area, promoting the entire destination, and really the first type of project of its kind where it is a narrative story about, you know, a guy who's stuck in the destination, but it promotes the destination at the same time. So we're really excited about that, and you're going to see that video at the end of the meeting today. Speaking of 90-minute commercials, we have the Taste of Love Hallmark-style feature film that is supposed to be going into production later on this summer. So we're excited about that. A big focus of that is going to be in Dunedin, Mayor Buchowski. So we'll be talking soon, I'm sure, about what we want to do taking place in Dunedin. But it will cover the entire county and really do a great job of promoting the entire destination. Recently, beginning of February, brought in a 2-time Olympian, Nick Simmons, who has a really strong YouTube channel, and created 4 really fun videos of him in the destination, one down at the Don Cesar, one in Clearwater Beach, one with Clearwater Marine Aquarium, and then another one that he shot at Northeast High School. So doing some really cool and different sort of digital marketing content like that with different types of digital creators to draw attention to the destination. One of the big things we worked on this past year was helping a lot of our other VSPC departments creating video content. So we did 30 videos in partnership with the sports department, actually highlighting a lot of the facilities that are in the destination so they can use those videos to promote the various facilities that we have throughout the destination for different types of sporting events. And we've worked with the Leisure Travel Department and did some virtual FAM videos, and then are working with the LATAM Department right now and creating a couple of virtual FAM videos for them as well. So the business development program, our film incentive program, not a lot happened with that in 2020 for obvious reasons, and so I'll talk about that as we get into the sales plan and as we start to move forward. Same thing with trade shows. You know, trade shows, like everybody else, kind of fell off the table last year, and then we'll work on, you know, reestablishing ourselves at some of those moving forward. There have been some virtual trade shows, but those frankly aren't as useful as the in-person ones, where you can meet people in person, talk about the projects that they're looking to do, see what you can do to bring them to the destination, even if it's just for a FAM to showcase the area. Those don't happen as well in the virtual world. One of the things that that we've been supporting every year are a lot of the film festivals throughout the area. So we did have a Dunedin Film Festival again that took place in January, and then actually last September, delayed from April, we had the Sunscreen Film Festival that took place, and so excited to continue that growth and move forward with those. Commercial business really, again, fell off in 2020, but really started to pick up. And the beginning of this year has been hitting 2019 levels of kind of the commercial business and commercial projects shooting the area. Quite a lot of stuff. We actually had a number of projects coming in from California and other areas because our other areas were shut down and not able to have these projects shooting there. And actually, just while we were sitting here, got a text message about a national rental car commercial that wants to shoot at a golf course. So I'll be talking to somebody at Nisbrook after I get out here today to see what we can do about setting that project up over there possibly.
We've got plenty of those.
Yes, we do. Again, everything has really kind of started to go back to pre-2020 levels, back to 2019 as far as the types of projects that are shooting here. From the still photography, we get a lot of, Dick's Sporting Goods and other major national chains that shoot all of their campaigns throughout the area, and so those are starting to pick up again. The budget request, you see the budget there, and we're dropping down 37% over last year, and a big chunk of that coming out of our incentive, which we had up over $1 million, which is coming down to $825,000 for this coming year. But that should still be a good amount for us to utilize to be able to go after these projects that are usually in the $2 million or under range that work well for our destination. So again, there's a sort of a summary of kind of what has happened over this past year and how the business has gone, which I basically just went over for you. 250 permitted projects is what we did in 2019. That dropped down to 198 in 2020, and we are now seeing the numbers for permitted projects right about the same level as 2019. So things are going really strong as far as all of that goes. Again, kind of talking back about the Visit Florida project that we did that you're going to see at the end of the meeting, this is something that we want to continue to do moving forward, really focus on this type of project that not only creates jobs, creates hotel room nights in the area, but also really markets the destination as well. It's an idea that I've been kind of pitching for the last 7 years or so that I've been here, but sort of market factors have now kind of come together in such a way that it's really making sense for a lot of people, and we're all starting to see the real benefits of that, and so excited about doing more things like the Life's Rewards project that we have moving forward. The business development program, the incentive program, since 2014, the program's actually been in place since 2007, but since I came on board in 2014, we've supported 35 projects that have brought in almost $14 million in direct spend in the destination, and we've paid out $1.7 million to those projects. So an 8-to-1 ROI essentially on the incentive program for bringing projects to the area. So of course that's a big focus and something that we want to concentrate on and continue to work on in the destination. And sort of tying in with that are the trade shows that we go to. That is how films and production companies find out about the program and find out what we're doing and find out about the destination, are those face-to-face meetings and getting in front of people and really pitching this area as a location to come and make feature films. Craig mentioned the Sunscreen Film Festival, which is coming up next week. So it's been really exciting to see kind of how that has progressed this year. A lot of film festivals around the world have gone to an online format, which I don't really know how successful that is. When something's online, it's really the same as sitting down and watching Netflix or Amazon or anything else you can do, and film festival experience is a little bit different from that. So for this year, there are 112 films out of the 160 at the festival that have confirmed that they're traveling in to Pinellas County to attend the festival next week. So they've already booked several hundred room nights. Again, hundreds of people coming in for this event that are specifically filmmakers. Normally we do a fam tour where we pack everybody into a bus and drive them around the area. We're not going to do that this year. Wouldn't be great to just stuff anybody in a bus, but what we are going to do is sort of tours throughout downtown St. Pete. We're going to take a lot of filmmakers on scooter tours. We're going to do walking tours. I'm going to meet individually with a lot of these 100 or so filmmakers to talk about bringing their projects to the destination. So great benefit in the direct spend of people traveling into the area, the money that they spend on hotels and restaurants and everything else, as well as the opportunity to pitch everyone coming to the area and shooting their next projects. And then the Life's Rewards project that I mentioned is actually going to be premiering at Sunscreen at the end of the month, technically the beginning of the month, Saturday, May 1st. And so anybody, of course, that would like to come out and enjoy and see the project before it premieres on Amazon Prime Video on May 10th. It's a great opportunity for you to come out and see, what we've been working so hard on here. And again, in general, the continuing goals of this department, sort of what I've already talked about, continuing to do the digital pieces, like the YouTube content creator Nick Simmons that we did with his channel, finding other digital creators that we can partner with like that to continue to create great videos in the destination that promote the area, continuing to work through our permitting process, which is such a big part of what we do. Those 250 projects that we permitted in 2019 and the 198 that we did in 2020, any one of those projects could take anywhere from an hour to 40 hours of work helping to coordinate with those projects. So it's hours and hours and hours, thousands of hours a year of work to just work with all of the productions coming to the area and to permit them and to work with all of the 24 municipalities and police and fire and whatever else might be required to make sure that these projects are, getting what they need so that have a good experience in the destination and want to come back and continue to shoot, basically. So I decided to keep that pretty short for all of you. So any questions?
Yes, Mayor Bujalski.
So talk to me about your budget reduction, because I was the one that fought to get you the budget increase.
Well, the budget decreased for the St. Pete Clearwater, and we just helped to decrease by decreasing our budget.
So can you tell me what it was pre-pandemic? I mean, before we did the raise.
Yeah.
I think you had, wasn't it like 500,000 or something, and then we
Yeah,
increased
so
it to $1
so
million?
specifically the incentive portion of the budget.
Yes.
When I first started 7 years ago was maybe $100,000, something like that.
Right.
And so we steadily worked on increasing that over the last 7 years or so, getting it up to a peak of 1.7 in that line item in the budget, and then now down to 800 for this year.
Okay, do you remember what it was just the year before the pandemic, though? That was when we fought.
1.7. Well, it was
Because
we went from 100 to 250 to 500 to 1
Yeah.
to 1.7.
I was, so 3-4 years ago.
Yes.
We went from 500 to $1 million, and we had
Correct.
this whole dialogue about we had to be competitive.
Yes.
Okay, so now you're back to 8 something?
825 or 8 and change,
Okay.
something like that. Yes. Which should still be a good amount, because we.
Yeah.
Again, the way that the timeline works for a project, if a project comes to the area and they shoot here, they don't get the incentive immediately. They have to shoot first. They have to complete the project. They have to give us the deliverables that we want: the testimonial videos, the the art showing the destination, all of the different things that we ask for. And then once that's completed, then they'll get paid. And sometimes productions will turn that around right away within a month or two. Sometimes productions, kind of take their time. So we can still actively work to bring the productions to the destination. And then if that incentive doesn't pay out until the next fiscal year, it doesn't mean anything, basically. But I try and spend that money every year that I can, because I hate to waste it and have it unused, even though it goes back into the, our fund and gets used for other purposes.
So my other question to you is, in your staffing here, you talked about Visit Florida and the state legislature. So what have we heard about that?
There are 2 bills going through the legislature for a state film incentive,
Yep.
and it is highly unlikely that they're going to happen, basically.
Gotcha.
We'll know next week on the 30th when session ends. But all indications are right now that
Hasn't
it's
moved.
not going anywhere.
You would think this would be the year they'd want.
Yeah, I get calls from people in Los Angeles and all over the world really asking about why doesn't Florida have an incentive program when Georgia and Louisiana and Alabama and every other state around us has one, and we're losing billions of dollars a year. And my only response can be, I know, I'm sorry. I'm not the governor or the Speaker of the House for the state of Florida, so I don't have any sway in those matters, unfortunately.
Almost everything I watch has a Georgia peach at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Makes me mad.
Over $9 billion a year that
Yeah.
they're generating in
Okay.
revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Phil.
Is there any, I'm glad to hear that it's an after the fact.
Speaker, yeah, thanks.
Sorry, I'm glad to hear it's an after the fact distribution of funds, I guess.
Yes.
So that answered one of my questions was, is it all just dollars, or is it some services we provide? But it sounds like it's all just incentive dollars.
Yeah, it's dollars, but at the same time, the main services that the Film Commission provides, somebody comes to the area, they don't know anything about the area. We help them find anything from private homes to locations at beaches or other private businesses. If they need crew, they're going to hire 40, 50, 70 people on a production. They don't know who to hire. We help recommend crew. So it's really a full service aspect that we do in helping these productions happen and be able to happen here, other than just, hey, here's some money. We're very hands-on with giving them everything that they need to make the productions happen in the area.
So is there a formula to how much each production gets that equates?
Yeah, we base it off of marketing value. We reach out to BVK and we get an estimated marketing value for the project, and then we also look at what their overall spend is going to be. And so generally anywhere from 10 to 20%, say, of the budget for most cases.
Okay, thanks.
And for state incentives, and just for a state incentive, for example, Georgia, I think, is 25%, and then they have some kickers to get that up to 35%. Louisiana is 30% with kicker to get up to 45%. Alabama is 25% with an additional 35% on Alabama-based labor. So there's a lot of variables in all the different state programs on how they fund and how they do their incentive programs, but generally evens out to be around 30% for most of those programs. You do have some international programs where they're doing 40% or even 50% to draw productions to their area.
I have a question. I've seen in the media that Georgia was canceling a lot of their films. Is there validity to that? And are any opportunities?
I think
for Florida?
it looks good for press if somebody says they're canceling their film, but Marvel is not canceling their $300 million budgeted films that they're shooting there. Every soundstage in the state of Georgia is booked for the next year with no availabilities. So I don't see that really affecting Georgia at all. When it boils down to it, Hollywood can say whatever they want to say, but it's all about the money.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Okay, Andrea. Latin America is up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Andrea Gable, Senior Sales Manager for Latin America Department. And prior to start the recap, I would love to share with you an update of the U.S. borders for key Latin America markets. So right now we have Mexico fly borders to U.S. It's open. Colombia borders to U.S. is open. Argentina borders to U.S. is now closed since Monday last week, April 12. And Brazil borders to U.S. remains closed. Just wanted to give you this update, but I would like to now jump in on the sales recap 2021. And I also want to let you know that we have the team, the department have been watching what's happening, and we've been taking advantage of what the webinars are out there. So many options of webinar, the digital side, and the team has jumped in and started doing destination presentations throughout the year. At the beginning of the destination presentation, we were able to capture about 120 to 150 trade professionals. As it developed through months and too many webinars were out there and available, nowadays we can capture about 25 to 30 trade professionals. So we continue to have those destination presentations available. But I wanted to share that we have trained 1,506 trade professionals in our 4 key markets. And we have trained in 26 destination presentations. Those destination presentations are always provided together in a partnership with a tour operator, a receptive operator, an OTA, online travel agents, and also in partnership with Brand USA, Visit Florida, and the Gulf Coast, the DMOs of Gulf Coast as well. We partner together and we go and provide the destination presentations. In Goal 1 on page 106, I have named it here, I have listed for you some of the virtual trade shows that we were able to participate. I have for you with the dates and also how many Latin American appointments we were able to complete. And we have been very lucky this year that we now have, for the first time, a digital training program. It's actually towards the Mexico and Brazil market. And this training is under the Brand USA Advisory Program platform. And I also wanted to share with you that we have trained a total right now. We have completed the training, and this training actually from the Brand USA, when they complete the training, they receive a badge. That it means a badge from Brand USA, that means they are specialists now in our destination. And we have completed 265 trade professionals have completed this training. And once again, we have put it together, created 5 incentive campaigns, and once again, those campaigns are created in partnership with a tour operator, a receptive operator, and our online travel agents as well. Right now, we have in the works 2 new incentive campaigns to promote this training. In the works, one in Mexico with Price Travel, a very well-known tour operator from Mexico, and also starting tomorrow, FRT, Brazilian tour operator. For the incentive campaigns, I would also like to share that the reason how it works, we create these campaigns prior with the tour operator, receptive or online travel agents, and usually we take advantage of that that destination presentation, and towards the end of the destination presentation, we announced that we're also creating an incentive campaign that they can take the time and become specialized in our destination as well. So we have a few other campaigns in the works for that as well. In Goal 3 on page 107, host a minimum of 3 familiarization groups and influencer visits in our destination. We actually are very close to meeting this goal. We have welcomed this year 2 fan groups in partnership with Visit Florida. One, it was in March, with the Mexico tour operator Vice, Viajes El Corte Inglés. And we just welcomed this month another fan group with partnership with Visit Florida as well, and one we was from Colombia. It was digital influencers from Colombia that, once again, partnership with Visit Florida. We have welcomed also a few digital influencers from Mexico and one from Brazil. He lives in Florida, and he was captured and trying to put the awareness in local Latino communities. Moving on to page 108. In Goal 5, collaborate with Florida Gulf Coast CVBs to encourage and increase overall visitation. We continue a very close relationship with them. Some of those destination presentations that I have done, it's also in partnership with the Gulf Coast of Florida. And we've been able to also negotiate some participation in virtual trade shows as well. So we participate in the Destino Via Reps. It was a Latin America virtual show, and we partner with Visit Tampa Bay and shared appointments as well. The good thing is we were able to keep our own set of appointments for the shows as well. Moving on to page 109, for the budget, total budget request of $285,000 with a decrease of 5% over 2020. What I wanted to share with you, the main changes for the reduction in page 110 is that you're going to see under trade shows, I have very little options of trade shows, but very, very specific trade shows. I kept the most specific trade shows in the biggest markets in Brazil, in Mexico, and Colombia. And you're also going to see that I have a new item line under other co-op advertising programs. For the first time, we're able to include that on the sales budget, and we're going to market for those key 4 markets. We're going to market for Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina. I believe right now for the recovery of the markets as the borders reopen, and looking forward to fiscal year 2022, it's going to be essential to have those co-op campaigns in order to keep our brand relevance as well. I also wanted to mention that when I talked about participating in some virtual trade shows, that's a personal view, but I believe we will continue to take advantage in participating in virtual trade shows, but it's very important and crucial as well to have the in-person trade shows, and that's one of the reasons I kept those. I noticed that it's fine to communicate in virtual trade shows with already negotiated with relationships that you have with clients, but sometimes it's very hard to have a new relationship in a virtual show. And that's when the in-person show comes in relevance as well. Moving on to now the Latin America fiscal year 2022 sales plan on page 113. I provide you a little bit of the overview, what's happening. I just kind of like explain a little bit the borders and what we have been doing. So we will continue to have the opportunity to provide destination presentations, take opportunity of some virtual trade shows, continue to create incentive campaigns to promote our training where the trade professions can become specialists in our destination. destination. And I would like to also share with you some research shows here in our sales plan in regards to the Latin market. Right in page 113, it shows that they are right now, they are not set on stone where they're going to travel. And I know for a fact the Brazilians take about 6 months to make a decision, but the Mexico and Colombia market, it takes about 2 to 3 months to make a decision on where to travel. So there are possibilities for us to make the mind change as well and keeping on our marketing throughout the year. In goal 1 on page 115, increase awareness and knowledge of St. Pete Clearwater area as a leisure destination to key markets. In our key market, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina. You're going to see here that I mentioned some of the virtual and also trade show in person that we would like to participate. And I also wanted to mention that we have a goal under the goal 1 that we did on the recap. We did achieve the goal was to have a tour operator or a receptive tour operator from Brazil focus in our destination. That means sell our destination, create package of our destination, and we did met the plan, the goal by 6.45%. That means we added 6 new tour/receptive operator to focus in our area. And now for the fiscal year 2022 sales plan, we are actually adding that same goal now for Latin American key markets with a target of 5% increase over 2021. I also added on page 116 under one of the last topics under goal 1 that now that we have this digital training and we are able to create incentive campaigns and promote the training, that we have under the goal now a target to increase the trade profession to complete the training but over fiscal year 21 by a target of 10% increase. In goal 2, digital partnership, continue to collaborate with the digital and advertising departments. It's very crucial also for the recovery of the Latin America countries to maintain a year-round marketing campaign. In goal 3, in page 117, host familiarization groups and influencer visits. I actually provided for you a little update what we welcomed in fiscal year 19. We hosted 2 groups and 4 media influencers. In fiscal year 20, we actually hosted now 2 groups and 3 media influencers as well. We'll continue to evaluate groups requesting familiarization, and we'll continue to look for opportunities to partnership with Visit Florida, Brand USA, and also the Gulf Coast GMOs as well. In goal number 4, produce collateral in Portuguese and Spanish language. In this current fiscal year, we pause any kind of printing collateral, but as you can see under the goal, I have suggested a very smaller amount of the printing collateral. It's still important, even though we are moving from the digital side, the digital world, it's still important to have some of those printing Gulf to Bay magazines available, because those magazines, they end up in our clients, in our travel agents, available for the clients to see and take with them as well. Under goal 5 in page 118, collaborate with Florida Gulf Coast CVBs to encourage and increase overall visitation. As I mentioned, we kept a very close relationship with the Gulf Coast DMOs. We provide many destination presentations in Colombia and Mexico and Argentina in partnership with them. And we have already started communication between us, between myself, Rose, Director of Leisure, and Marisol in Visit Tampa Bay to take opportunity of the Florida Huddle trade show that's going to be happening 2022 January to see the possibility of welcoming to our destination a pre or a post trade fan as well. It is still also one of my goals to provide a networking to receptive operator in your Orlando region and perhaps Miami as well, in partnership with Visit Tampa Bay. And then this opportunity would actually, we would be able to welcome some destination partners to expose the brand and network with our clients as well. And goal number 6, increase local and international brand awareness and destination visitation through internal collaboration with SPC departments and external collaboration with local airports. This is a new goal under the sales plan for Latin America, but it's nothing new for the department. In past years, we have collaborated with the meetings department, with the leisure department. We continue to do some collaboration with the leisure department and sharing some trade shows, participation in person and virtual as well. In past years, we had provided some also Orlando receptive wholesaler networking events together as well. And I look forward, my most important in this goal 6, I look forward to continue that collaboration and to identify opportunities to focus and to promote our brand in local Hispanic events in Florida area. And that's going to be a collaboration that we can do together with the community and brand engagement as well. And that's all I have to share for you at this moment. Do you have any questions for me?
Wow, that was a whirlwind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also wanted to just mention quickly here that all of those presentations, all these sales efforts that we have right now wouldn't have happened with a very united department. I have Jose Ramirez, he is the sales manager focused with the Mexico market, and Janiel Negron is our service sales manager also.
Any questions for Andrea?
Any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
All right. Rosemarie.
Okay, it's almost over. I'm bringing up the back end of the train here. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Rosemarie. I'm the Director of Leisure Travel. And my eyes are not what they used to be, so here we go. So to recap, 2021, most of the consumer shows, as you've heard from the other sales folks here at Visit St. Pete Clearwater, were postponed or they were converted to virtual shows. Our primary goal continues to be motivating and inspiring potential customers to action during this period of recovery and return to travel. Continued destination education provides consumers with insights into visiting responsibly and specific destination updates. The Leisure Travel Department has participated in the following virtual consumer shows. We've had a strong partnership with AAA. We've done AAA Northeast, their marketplace, their annual marketplace, and their pop-up flash virtual event. Over the marketplace weekend, AAA booked $20,000 in room revenue to St. Pete Clearwater, and our hotel partner that joined us at the show had 33 confirmed bookings that weekend. We've also worked with AAA Auto Club Group on their virtual platform to reach their members. We also did the Travel and Leisure Canada virtual event sponsored by the Globe and Mail. 15,000 consumers registered for that trade event, and we had 600 booth visits. John's Pass Wildlife Attraction and the Marriott Sand Key were in the booth with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And Travel and Adventure held their first consumer virtual show. We had 400 booth visits. Digital collateral included our New and Now, map, video, destination magazines, and social media links. Travel advisors and media were also invited to attend that event, and Visit St. Pete Clearwater confirmed a 40-passenger bus group that was coming to the Ponce de Leon Hotel this past January. Looking at the domestic travel trade market, again, all shows except for Connect Travel in Orlando, IPW, and Delta University were postponed. But these events for 21 and other operator events were either postponed or converted to virtual shows. Visit St. Pete Clearwater did present to travel advisor webinars. The following was working in travel services, Expedia TAP program, which is their travel agent affiliate program, and we did 2 webinars with ASTA for their New York and their New Jersey chapters. We also did AAA training initiatives. Again, AAA Northeast had a travel advisor Facebook takeover, and travel advisors from offices in 6 states participated in that training. Also, we did AAA Auto Club Group expertise track. We had over 200 travel agents that participated in the training. In addition, we did virtual Apple Leisure Group, Ascend Conference, which is their domestic tour operator show. We also did virtual Florida Huddle. We collaborated with Marion in our Central European office as well as Andrea in Latin America. We had 60 appointments, and Huddle 22, as Andrea mentioned, is going to be coming to Tampa. We also did Connect Travel in Orlando, where we had 40 appointments with tour operators, and we've participated with Brand USA in several events, including their virtual Travel Week Europe, again, partnering with our German office and Andrea in Latin America. We also had the Focus on Canada, which was a 2-day marketing event. One-on-one tour operator meetings, which was a 4-day show where we had 28 appointments. And today, our team is actually on the platform with Brand USA, attending the UK and Ireland event. We've also provided sales support, collateral, shipping to different offices, including many AAAs. We also signed an agreement with Hotel Beds, a marketing agreement for a 7-month Florida recovery campaign. The domestic program is running now, and the international components will start at a date still to be determined when borders start to open. Upcoming this year, we still have some shows planned. Peninsula travel shows. We just got back from Texas. We did 4 cities in Texas, and each venue had a limit of 100 people, 100 travel agents allowed to come, and they filled every one of those spots in all 4 cities. We also have shows coming up in Atlanta, the Carolinas, and in Florida. We also have IPW, which is one of the largest shows we do all year, coming up in Las Vegas in September. That's still on the books, as well as Delta University. The department also created 5 virtual FAM videos, and these training videos to date have been viewed collectively 824 times. In Canada and the international market, of course, product launches across Canada were canceled for fiscal year 21 as the Canadian border remains closed. But we have been working with Vox International. Vox International is the Visit Florida representation in Canada. We've been doing a Branch Up, which was a travel marketing company that coordinates DMO posts for Travel Advisor Facebook business pages. This was a free initiative we did back in December. In April, just earlier this week, we are doing a virtual sales call with Spoiled Agent. They have about 1,200 travel advisors in their database, and we did a 5-minute training video. And we're working on, right now, I'm working with Katie and Marcus in the advertising department on a 30-minute Zoom campaign training that we're going to be doing May 6th, and it's going to replace the 2021 Visit Florida Canadian Roadshow, and attending will be select travel advisor specialists, tour operators, and media, and we're calling this event Beaches and Baseball, and the theme will center around the Toronto Blue Jays. So we're looking forward to putting that together, yes. We've also been providing support for the UK office. We don't currently have representation in the UK, but we've been working with our UK PR firm on a newsletter. We've also attended the Travel Trade Gazette's UK Florida Fest. We were one of 17 DMOs attending, and we had 69 buyers from the UK and Ireland attend that Zoom training. We also have done Brand USA Marketplace and Florida Huddle meetings with UK and Irish buyers. And we've had monthly Visit Florida UK office correspondence and virtual meetings with our UK colleagues representing Experience Kissimmee and Visit Tampa Bay on sales and marketing initiatives. And with regard to Goal 4, which is our Pinellas County Tourism Partners, we've not had a lot of in-person opportunities for our industry. However, industry has been included in the following. Virtual Florida Huddle. We had 17 hotel and attraction partners on the virtual platform for appointments with buyers. This was the largest contingent of participants at the show. We also have IPW coming up, and industry partners were featured in webinars, PowerPoint presentations, videos, and other digital content. The Leisure Travel Department has also collaborated with many Visit St. Pete Clearwater departments over the last year on content and participation in virtual trade shows. So thank you to the film department, advertising, digital, and Latin America, all who contributed to the success of these initiatives. So that is my recap for fiscal year 21. Are there any questions?
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay. So looking forward to fiscal year 22. The Leisure Travel Department is requesting a budget close to our actual budget in 2019. After evaluating all expenditures, we feel that the 43 sales initiatives outlined are the highest and best use of our budget dollars. Each year, Visit St. Pete Clearwater attends various trade shows, sales missions, and other sales initiatives to promote the destination and provide training on all aspects of our destination. Please know that our competitive set is also attending these shows. We're all looking for our fair share of the leisure travel market. We will work with local and regional stakeholders to re-engage, educate, and inspire our industry partners. We are responsible for driving growth and communicating the significance of leisure tourism to Pinellas County. To reach our goal of increasing the number of leisure visitors to our destination, the team will attend travel-focused trade shows to influence buying decision, cultivate and maintain relationships with top-selling travel advisors, and track increased production through our tour operator partners. We will collaborate with external partners such as Visit Tampa Bay, Visit Florida, Brand USA on cooperative opportunities, and foster continued internal partnerships with our departments at Visit St. Pete Clearwater to better allocate resources and maximize our results. Our first goal, consumer travel. Visit St. Pete Clearwater will participate in a variety of quality consumer shows throughout the United States and Canada to target a diverse cross-section of potential visitors. Our focus is to build on brand messaging during these face-to-face interactions. We've narrowed the focus on these consumer shows in cities that have direct air service into Tampa and into PIE, and they are key markets for overnight visitation. We'll be attending shows in Chicago, Boston, Atlanta, Dallas, Washington, D.C. With AAA, we're looking at partnering in Pittsburgh, Columbus, Indianapolis, and the greater Boston area. And we will be identifying in-state travel shows as they become available. Each year, the Leisure Travel Department reviews new consumer sales initiatives based on criteria outlined, market trends, ongoing Visit St. Pete Clearwater research, and ROI. The team will also continue to evaluate participation in virtual trade shows in place of live events. For our second goal, the domestic travel trade market, we will participate in travel industry and tour operator trade shows in key markets across the United States. On the travel advisor side, we will be partnering with select professional travel industry associations, including CCRA, ASTA, Travel Agents of Tennessee, and Eastern Travel Association. We'll also be building on our partnerships with AAA Auto Club Group, AAA Mid-Atlantic, AAA Northeast to develop training opportunities for their travel advisors and coordinating these efforts through their marketing teams and co-op partnerships. We'll also be working with AAA on a new expertise track, which they're calling Florida Experts, possible AAA branch office incentives, and annual meeting sponsorships. On the domestic tour operator side, we will be looking at strategic tour operator shows for 2022, Florida Huddle in Tampa, Connect Travel shows, which are their marketplace, Connect Travel at IPW, RTO South, and RTO East. RTO is Receptive Tour Operators. IPW, which will be in Orlando in June 2022, Delta Vacations in Atlanta in September, Hotel Beds Market Hub, which will be in May, and Apple Leisure Group, their Ascend show in September. We'll participate in wholesale product launches and conferences, which attract volume retail travel advisors. We'll also capitalize on strategic partnerships with Southwest Airlines Vacations, Delta Vacations, JetBlue Vacations, Air Canada Vacations, Sunwing Vacations, and domestic and Canadian operators to target their top-selling travel partners. We're also looking at creating a consumer advisory council. You heard Suzanne mention something similar for the meetings department. We want to collaborate with key travel advisors, tour operators, and receptive operators to improve delivery of leisure travel services. This will involve hosting council members in the destination twice yearly to discuss trends and areas for improvement, etc. Our third goal is the Canadian and international travel trade market. We're looking forward to open borders with Canada, and we will attend all major Canadian product launches, trade shows, wholesale call center trainings, and missions in Canada, either virtually or in person as permitted. Once again, Visit St. Pete Clearwater and the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport will partner together in events in Halifax and Toronto to support Sunwing Vacations. We'll also evaluate production numbers from key operators and evaluate strategic marketing opportunities, both traditional, advertising, and digital, with these partners, and evaluate travel trends impacting Canadian travel to St. Pete Clearwater. Again, we're participating in U.S. Travel Association's IPW, Florida Huddle, and Connect Travel. We'll also liaison with our international director in Germany, and hopefully at some point our new international director in the United Kingdom, to assist with inbound site visits and educational trips for the travel industry. And we'll maintain close contact with Brand USA for industry updates and additional sales opportunities. And our final goal, the Leisure Travel Department will work with our Pinellas County tourism partners. We hope to initiate and execute creative sales opportunities to reach key travel advisors, receptive operators, consumers, and tour operators in top-performing markets. Hopefully, our partners will have the budgets to travel with us in 2022, and we will continue to provide sales initiatives that have brochure distribution components for partners that are unable to travel to these trade shows and/or missions. We will continue to create imaginative and educational FAM events for the travel industry to provide them with better tools to sell our destination. We'll also investigate opportunities to co-op these FAMs with other Florida DMOs, including Visit Tampa and Visit Florida when appropriate. And the Leisure Travel Department will continue to engage stakeholders to evaluate their goals and challenges, utilize the Customer Advisory Group to assist Visit St. Pete Clearwater in short-term and long-range goals, and the leisure travel sales planning as markets continue to rebound. And that is my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doreen?
Rose, question on the UK representation in terms of that contract. What's kind of our plan, long range?
I think
for-
Steve's actually going to address that in the next segment.
Okie dokie.
And I think somebody on the council mentioned the Green Light initiative that's happening in
Yes.
the UK. I think that was Mr. Kimball, and we're excited about that. May 17th is the date that they're hoping we will see resume travel between the UK and the United States. So fingers crossed.
And they're not releasing that red, green, yellow synopsis until that time?
And
Is
until
the
that time,
idea?
yeah.
Okay.
At the stoplight synopsis.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Phil, sorry.
Is there anything else you can do?
Sure there is.
My point is, years ago, we had Canada as a separate market. Now you've taken that on, and not anything against the Latin America division, but we're spending about the equal amount in Latin America as we are in all of North America and Canada. And it just seems like that's a little disproportionate for the amount of market share we get from those. So I'm asking, is there more that could be done if your staff was maybe one more person, and would it be worth it? Or do you think you're covering everything you can that?
Well, I think certainly if we had another person in the leisure department that could focus on Canada, we could be in that market more, doing more with the CAA's, Canadian Automobile Association, doing more with the travel industry on a day-to-day, not a day-to-day basis, but on a more regular basis, so to speak. I will say, though, that when it comes to the tour operators in Canada, there are far fewer of them now than there ever have been. There's really only 5 that are our major tour operators in the Canadian market, and we do have constant contact with them. So I think it would be great if we had an unlimited budget to have an additional person in leisure travel. There are a lot of shows that we could add in the Canadian market. We actually eliminated a couple of consumer shows up in the Canadian market for this next year. So
Not just Canada. It seemed like your team was bigger in years past.
it is the smallest it's ever been. We're 3 now. It's myself and Daryl and Gail. And Daryl and Gail are just road warriors, and they're always on the road talking about Pinellas County. And I can't say enough about how dedicated they are to what they do and this destination.
I guess that there's so many other areas that we're able to market to North America besides just your direct sales. That it makes more sense, I guess, with Latin America. That's the only thing we can do down there is actual working with the meeting plan.
And one area we'd love to grow is Western Canada. We do have flight service out of Seattle into the Tampa area, and being able to grow that Vancouver market in and around the Seattle area would be amazing for us. And we have that on our radar whenever we see any opportunities that get us out west in Canada. We take a good hard look at them to make sure that to see that we're able to do those.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, thanks, Rosemary.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, I think I go to wrap that up. And actually, the comment, Phil, on Canada leads right into and Doreen leads right into the international marketing part. First, let me go on the Canada aspect. One of the things that when I got here in December of 19 was asking the question about Canada, because it is the largest international market for not only us, but also Florida. And so my thought was, how do we have a greater presence there, whether it's advertising, whether it's through the travel trade, whether, whatever those things end up being. And then pandemic hit. For 2021, I want to revisit that. Because again, I think there'll be opportunities, but as Rose said on the travel trade, it boils down to 5, 6 key folks. As long as we have a good relationship with them, how do we help them grow that business? And then tied to what Brand USA is doing or what Visit Florida is doing. And that kind of ties into the other international side as well. So our 2 agreements that we have right now for the UK and then for Central Europe are both up September 30th. On the UK, Vanessa actually retired and at the beginning of this current fiscal year, and knowing that we were going to have to go back out, and also knowing at the time the borders were not open, we paused putting the RFP out because again, we're going to be doing that anyway for next fiscal year. In the meantime, we have had Rooster, who handles PR over there for us. They also have the ability to at least watch the trade and provide some guidance. And so they've kind of filled in that role. But on the other side of it, there was a very good transition from Vanessa to Rose. And so she was up to speed on what was happening in the market. And then we've been able to participate in a number of things through Brand USA. And so moving ahead in the RFPs that will go out, what I'm suggesting to the team is that we go out, right now we have it broken out, we have someone doing PR and somebody doing sales, is to find an organization that can do both of those. So you really have one point of contact that's working in tandem for those markets. Again, it's Central Europe. Primary market there is Germany. Marion that's there has certainly has some longstanding relationships with a variety of the travel trade as well as other industry members, but have something of that caliber in that market to guide us as we go forward. The same thing for the UK. One of the things that we're seeing, again, because of the pandemic, there are a lot of tour operators that are going away, that went away. And just because of everything that happened. So our efforts will be very focused in what we end up doing to get out of that market, and then utilizing the talents of who they either have on their staff or able to bring on staff related to the PR portion of it. In addition, they would, getting the media, getting any potential FAMs here, but also participating in shows. And talking with Marion, she brought up ITB, and just not, you can still do ITB, but it's as a virtual digital show, and the savings on that was huge. But yet it was still just as effective, and we saw that with Brand USA's time period or show that they did for the UK, of which Rose was on there with Marion and the folks that we were talking to. So I think there's going to be some synergies and efficiencies by pulling our PR and sales together for each of those markets. So that information, that RFP is being pulled together, and between Leroy, Rose, myself, Tim, and Terry, we'll go through and issue that and then get the proposals in and have that effective start date of October 1 with all the appropriate approvals from the necessary bodies. So that is our strategy on that going forward. Any questions?
Yeah, Steve, of course, you can't get Europeans moving until you get airlines. Are you personally working with Chris and all on that side of it?
We have had conversations with Tampa International Airport, and they're keeping us up to date on what happens. And again, if we need to kick in with our regional partners to stimulate that travel, then we will look at that.
And we're prepared for funds to do that if we need it in the budget. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Phil, did that answer your question?
Okay. Next up.
We've already discussed the decision package, so really, that concludes the presentation from the various departments. Questions overall? Anything else that you would like to see?
Go ahead, Bill.
Does the proposed budget include all of the jobs that need to be filled? All the
Yes,
positions?
Yes, it does.
Did you have something? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Steve. Thanks, Mr. Chair. How many vacancies do you have right now? When I first joined the TDC, I was given like a corporate tree. It showed everybody and whether a position was open or if it was filled, the name, and how they fit into each boss.
It is on page, the org chart is on page...
19.
Yeah, there you go.
I missed that.
So that will go through and show you all the positions at Visit St. Pete Clearwater. There are and Terry, I know you're in the back. Can you remind me, that includes, there was a couple of open positions, is that correct? All right, there's still 4 open positions, but they're budgeted, and then we cut 4 going into this fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yeah, what Terry was saying, that we have 2 additional positions that became open since this was put together. We had someone from sports and events. Actually, we had 3 meeting, conferences, sports and events, and in advertising and promotion. We had one gentleman is retiring after 34 years working for the county. Another gentleman who is going to take a position in Fort Lauderdale or Stuart, Florida, and then one who we had an individual move to Miami. Thank you, Terry.
Anything else? You had a couple things you wanted.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are a couple things that are off the budget, and it was kind of alluded to before. One is for National Travel and Tourism Week. It's May 2nd through the 8th. There is a number of activities that we're going through and putting together. On Tuesday, there is an opportunity for those of you that are athletic in nature and like competition, and we are having the inaugural Pineapple Cup, the Battle of the Bay, where we are going to be taking on our peers from Visit Tampa Bay. This is, we envision this to be one is a team building exercise from a regional perspective. They have staff that they're going to be inviting, and plus some of their board members. So I said we would do the same, and it's going to be over shuffleboard. And so it's just a way to kind of kick that off. And then what would happen is next year we would take the Pineapple Cup because we're going to win it. And then we would go over to the Tampa side, and they would have something for the following year. Again, it's a way to do something together as a group. On Wednesday, the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce has their National Travel and Tourism Week luncheon. Robin has a great lineup of speakers. She has Roger Dow, who will address things from a national perspective. Dana Young from Visit Florida, look at it from a state perspective. Our esteemed chair will be providing opening remarks, and then for some reason they want me to speak. I'm not sure why, but it's again, it'd be a great panel, and that'll be on Wednesday. And again, it's a luncheon. Then we are also going through to do a travel rally that will take place at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport on Friday. So we get to welcome numerous guests that are flying in and thank them for traveling and visiting our fine communities. And I'm sure I probably left something out. I know like one of the things we're trying to work out is, a hospitality time period at some of the vaccination sites to get the hospitality industry, encourage them to get vaccinated, which I'm sure, again, it's something the county's doing a great job of getting that taken care of. But doing that, maybe there's some other messaging as well. But that's all during National Travel and Tourism Week. The other thing I wanted to mention was, and this one I'm going to turn it over to Leroy. An email was passed along to you guys a week ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, that was all about Piney Point and what was happening with that. Leroy is on a call every week, and we keep updated, so if he could provide an update to that. And then just to show you the trailer for Life's Rewards that we'll be previewing here.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Just a couple of questions real quickly. Back on that competition, when is that thing that you're talking about, the competition?
The Cup will take place on Tuesday, Tuesday, May 4th. And and I'll have to get you guys the times, but the St. Pete Shuffleboard Courts where we're gonna have that again. I'll get you all the details for those that want to sign up, and if you just want to cheer us on and win, that's great. That's great as well.
So, and we're going to finish up with Leroy. Do we want to revisit the one issue regarding the decision package before we wrap up?
Yes, sir. So before we get to that, so as I understand it from the body and listening to everybody, sounds like consensus is a recommendation of forwarding the decision package as part of our budget package onto the BCC for approval.
That's the consensus. I heard the two mayors that are no longer here both told me that that's what they would support as well. And I think we'll just take a motion from somebody and we'll just put it kind of officially as part of our motion going forward.
So moved. So moved.
Who did that?
Second.
Okay. Phil, you're right in front of me and I catch everybody else but you. Sorry, Phil. Phil made the motion. Mike made the second, right, Mike? Is that right? Okay. Okay, so we have all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of us here, and the two mayors both expressed, you can put that in parentheses, they didn't vote, but they certainly expressed their support. Okay, then we can go on back to Leroy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the reminder there. Leroy.
Yes, thank you, Steve. So Piney Point was brought up, and to Steve's mention, we are still in close contact with the county, both emergency management, Kelly Levy with the county, as well as marketing communications. Actually have a call this afternoon to get the latest on what the water quality testing is, the monitoring. Pinellas County is actually providing quite a bit of assistance to Manatee County in the monitoring and the testing of the waters in Tampa Bay. So we're following that as closely as we can. I will say, from a consumer inquiry, from a media inquiry, it's been extremely quiet, which is good. And to date, and again, I haven't had this call yet today, but hopefully the news continues to be, it's been very uneventful. We'll certainly continue to keep you all in the industry up to date with the latest and greatest.
Yeah, thank you, Leroy. And I wanted you guys to know, because there's again, media can grab onto this and then you don't know where it's going to go. So we are prepared to react to that and the messaging, and are staying on top of it, and we'll communicate anything that we happen to hear as it comes out. So just I wanted you guys all to know that.
And then Tony talked about this a lot. I want to underscore again, this has never been done. A destination, in particular Visit Florida and Visit St. Pete Clearwater, coming together to create a TV show that isn't, come travel here, but it is entertaining to hook people, get inspired, see the backdrop and say, I want to book a trip there. I want to go see these places. Debuts Amazon Prime Video May 10th. We'll be at the Sunscreen Film Festival next week. This is the 1-minute trailer that was just released yesterday.
Whisper. I'm literally in the closet. I'm not supposed to talk to you. I can get in trouble.
You know the SEC rated me by health. I didn't do anything wrong. Your dad fired you. So, no town car?
We'll have more than enough points. Enough to stay in that suite for 6 months. I don't want you staying here for 6 months.
From New York to Florida? Who does that?
You know you won't have to wear that crazy outfit if you hit some spots away from the dome. You like art? Hiking? Museums?
Is there an emergency exit?
No. If I can resolve your situation, you can probably get your old life back, Danny. Assuming you want it.
So stay tuned. You'll be able to binge that just in a couple weeks. So we're very excited about that. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Any closing comments by anybody here?
I'd just like to say thank you to Steve and the team. Been a great budget meeting, and I think everybody did a great job, and I appreciate everybody, and I think on behalf of the board, thank you all.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate those comments. Yeah, thank you, staff. Appreciate everything, Steve. And we are adjourned. Thanks.